I want to be you, bro. Thunder Fury! Bro, are we nuts right now, dude? He is him, bro. I don't like the sound of that, dude. Ah, what do you even mean? Why would you make this game? Run out, run out. Run those out. Go kill yourself. Go kill yourself. Let's go. DPS. Let's go! Let's go, baby! Oh, I almost body blocked long enough. I'm insane! Are you kidding me, bro? Olsen! Ah! No! You gotta be kidding me, bro! How did I go to the wing side? I'm falling. Grab the roof! Grab the roof! No! I need a second. I need a second.
Get the grab behind us.
Dude, look at all those concentrates, dude. All paladin range for the win, baby. Oh, what's good, what's good, what's good, what's goody, good. Welcome, friends. What's cracking, lacking, homies? Today we are reliving the nostalgia of the good old, and I gotta show you this in a minute, Miss of Pandaria, baby. Gonna be going through the starting zone of the new Pandaren and getting that free mount that comes out in retail. Yeah, if you guys don't know, there's actually a free mount you get from leveling through the starting zone, which is pretty sick. Ike Lady, good to see you. What's up, Ox? Asmo, good to see you, Asmo. I'm not even joking, bro. I was thinking about you this morning. I was like, Asmo, I was like, I haven't seen Asmo in a few days, brother. How's this legend doing, man? I went for a little prayer walk this morning, and maybe God put you in my mind. Appreciate you, brother. How you doing, man? Yo, what's up, Kyler? Tacos hanging out. Let's go. Guys, I got a few things to tell you for to get some gameplay. Cider Bear, God bless. Good to see you, homie. Hopefully doing well. The mount ends when MoP goes live. Yeah, if you guys want to be able to get that MoP mount, you have to make sure that you get it before the actual release of Miss of Pandaria happens. Otherwise you've missed it. You will have missed your window, and unfortunately the window will not be reopening. It will not be reopening. If you guys want to get it, all you have to do is literally just level a panda from, complete the starting zone, and then choose Horde Alliance, whichever one you want, and then you're done. That's it. You don't have to get all the way to max level, nothing like that. So that, honestly, I've heard some people saying it only takes an hour and a half, 2 hours. So I'm actually going to try and complete it during today's stream. During today's good old stream, man. Let's go. Wait, is there... Did they do extended... Oh, I'm going to throw up. I'm going to throw up. They're doing extended maintenance for MoP Classic? Chat. Blizzard hates me. Blizzard hates me once again. They hate me once again. Hey, what's up? IDK Games. Good to see you on TikTok, friend. How you doing, homie? Welcome. IDK Games, you could literally be in first place on the TikTok like goal right now by literally just tapping your screen one time, and your name could appear in first place for anyone that wants to support. Speaking of looking for ways to support, if you guys do not know, if you shop on Amazon at all, in any way, shape, or form, if you guys actually click this link and on your browser, If you set that link in the chat right there to your favorites, you will support the stream anytime you shop on Amazon at no extra cost. It's like literally a portion of your purchase because you used my link will support the stream anytime you shop on Amazon. And actually today is Prime Day. So if you're gonna, it's Pastor Prime Day, come on somebody. So if you're gonna be doing any shopping on Amazon in any way, shape or form, and you literally just use that link I just put in chat, it's just that simple. You just support the stream, ministry, and my mission. Literally just every time you shop on Amazon. And if you guys want to check out any of my recommended gaming essentials, streaming essentials, it all is in that link as well. And again, it's not just when you buy the stuff on this page. You could literally buy diapers for your baby. And anything you buy on Amazon, when you use my link, it will always support the stream. If you guys want to do that. I actually was able to, even literally just yesterday, this is pretty cool, never had this happen before, I was able to actually qualify for the Amazon influencer program. I've had a link for quite a while, but I was never in the influencer program. By the way, XP Church, appreciate you liking Icon Lady on the good old TikTok as your beast, as well as J Mash, you guys are insane. So I had a link, so if you guys already knew about this link, it's actually a different link now. Because now I'm the influencer program, not just the affiliate. So if you guys want to be able to support, all you got to do, if you already had it favorited, just get a different link. Use that new link and we'll be good to go. Well, I guess we're playing retail for the first hour. until MoP is back. But while we're waiting, check this out, friends. This is actually the old Missa Pandaria box, literally from way back in the day. No joke. I literally actually found this recently because I just moved to Oregon and I saw this and I was like, we have to open this. This is the actual OG original Missa Pandaria box I had way back in the day. And some of y'all right now are being just flooded with nostalgia. Check this bad boy out. Oh my goodness gracious. Dude, just a wave of nostalgia has been hitting me looking at this thing. But we're going to open it up because I think the original discs are literally inside of this. Look at this thing, dude. I love finding these treasures, man. But I'm sad because I think out of all of the original WoW boxes that I used to have growing up, I think this is the only one I actually still have. I think it's the only one I have. Check it out on the inside. What do we got here? We got, oh my goodness, the discs, bro, the discs. We'll pull one out here in a second. We got a few things in here as well. We've also got, looks like just basically a quick starter guide with just some basic information on the inside. Nothing too crazy. And then what are these? Oh my goodness, the free game passes they used to come with. One for WoW, one for StarCraft. Okay, another one for WoW as well. This is how I used to recruit a friend. Oh my goodness, bro. And then the discs. It's got 2 different discs. Anyone want my serial key? First one to use it. I guess we'll get free Missa Pandaria. JK, that thing is like a million years old. Look at this thing, bro. Sheesh, dude. I cannot wait for MoP to release. This is so crazy. And if you guys don't know, Unity Gaming has now officially launched in Missa Pandaria Classic. Up until now, all the things you've seen us do in World of Warcraft have exclusively been in retail. But now, with another one of our core council leaders, the legendary Influence himself, we are now officially in Unity Gaming in MoP Classic. Officers launching an events team, looking to build a raid team with a raid leader. Like everything we have tried to build in retail is now coming to MoP Classic, and it's going to be epic. And I'm going to be playing with them at least a little bit, but it's going to be amazing. You guys got to go check it out. I'm going to share it on the Discord if y'all haven't seen it already. In the Discord, Pastor Influence literally just launched it just yesterday. Officially announced to the whole community. This was very exciting, man. This was very exciting. So here it is, officially. It's official. It's no longer just a rumor. It's no longer just, a whole thing. My TikTok is no longer being recommended. Why? I'm hitting appeal. I'm hitting appeal, man. Doughboy, there is absolutely a Unity Gaming guild. By the way, Alicia just followed the XP Church channel. What a legend. My goodness gracious. Yes. Hold on. My live does not contain the content mentioned in the notice. Yes. You're just trolling me. You're just absolutely trolling me. Come on now. Ox is Nova behind the scenes. It's out. And Ox is one of the WoW Classic officers. Hey now. As well as Hoagies. And then obviously Influence would be the other one. But check this out. This is crazy, man. Big news for Unity. This is Influence posting. When I was asked to be the new games director for Unity, so if you guys don't know what that is, we have a core council team here at Unity Gaming, and they have multiple responsibilities in the community that are not necessarily tied to a game, but more so just the leadership responsibilities of the community as a whole across the multiple games we're in. But Influence is our new games director, meaning that over time, he's the one that is looking to expand Unity into other games, because we are ending toxicity and loneliness of gaming. But that's not just a WoW problem. I believe those two problems are the same two online problems in every online game. And so over time, he is going to be looking for leaders, expanding us into new games. We're really not in a hurry to do it. I'd rather do a few things well rather than 17 things poorly. But that is the long term goal of Unity. So when I was asked to be the new games director, I was pumped. And I knew right away that I was excited to help end toxicity and loneliness in the gaming spaces. And the first place we needed to show up was in the WoW Classic community. Let's go, baby. One mind, man, because, you know, what we built in WoW is so special. I was like, dude, let's just do it in Classic. So today I'm thrilled to announce that we're officially launching our Classic community right here in the Unity Discord. We're going to focus specifically on Classic MoP, building a space to end toxicity and loneliness. Let's make an impact together. Shout out to Ox and Hoagies, the two officers, which are absolutely incredible. Ox is going to be overseeing events and Hoagie is going to be helping with community engagement. Right now, they are actually looking for a raid leader. So if you are at all interested in being a raid leader for Mr. Pandaria, be sure to hit up one of the officers or Influence himself, and they would love to have a conversation. Again, if you guys do not see the WoW Classic category, because it's not just an in-game guild, but WoW Classic is actually getting its, well, not getting, it already has its own category in the Discord now, okay? So if you guys aren't able to see this, all you guys have to do is literally go to the very top of the Discord, go to channels and roles, and make sure you just select World of Warcraft Classic. So when anyone joins the Discord that's new now, they'll automatically be prompted to choose what they want. But if you're already in the Discord and you don't see it, you wouldn't see it because by default, this is not selected for you because you didn't choose to select that when you joined it because it didn't exist. So you just have to go to channels or roles, hit WoW Classic, and then you will see the WoW Classic category. It's right below World of Warcraft and then World of Warcraft Classic. They got the guild info, what server they're on, announcements channel, how to actually get into the guild, you know, a little bot for all the Wowhead stuff, and then just like we do in retail, all the different chats. And I'm gonna go put in there, it's official. MoP is gonna be sweet. Coach, that was when you started raiding, dude. Mr. Pandaria, I'm very excited for this one, and here's why. If you guys don't know my WoW story, I've told it a million times, but I'll tell it again. I started playing in vanilla, played hardcore all the way through, about halfway through Cataclysm, okay? And then from there, up until Dragonflight came out, I was more off than I was on. So have I been playing WoW since vanilla? Yes, but more off than on. So the reason that's important as part of my story is I played vanilla, played TBC, played Wrath, played about halfway through Cataclysm. So now in the past 6 or 7 years, whatever it's been, since like all the classics have been coming out, they're all games I've already played, right? So it's been fun to relive the experience. But Mists of Pandaria, this is the first classic to come out that is like, it's pretty much a new game for me. Like, was I there day one of MoP, the moment the servers opened and instantly started leveling, got max level, played for like 2 weeks, did some dungeons, did some heroics, and then had no one to play with and I'm the queen of the game. So did I play MoP? Yes. But I missed pretty much everything. because then I quit and then I came back for the next expansion, did the exact same thing, quit, came back for the next launch of the expansion, and repeated that cycle until Dragonflight came out, and I started Unity. So I'm actually really pumped because I'm like, I've, for the most part, really never played MoP. Never did the raids. I heard Siege of Orgrimmar is one of the greatest raids of all time. I've never done it. Well, no, Siege of Orgrimmar, that's Legion, isn't it? What raid am I thinking about? There's a sick MoP raid that everyone says is so good. I don't actually know the raid because I've never done it, right? But there's a really well-known MoP raid that everyone loves. And I'm like, what is it called? Is it Siege of Orgrimmar? Maybe I am right then. What expansion did Siege of Orgrimmar come out in? Oh, it is Mists of Pandaria. Okay, so I am right. I am thinking about the right thing. Yeah, like Siege of Orgrimmar is like such a famous raid. I've never done it. That might not be fully true. I have like a brief memory. I feel like maybe I did it on like LFR at one point. I'm not really sure, but I know I never really got like the normal full experience, which is, I'm very excited, man. But Throne of Thunder, I heard, is a great raid. Yeah, dude, like, there's so many, dude. Like, so many of the aesthetics of the raids. Let me see this. Throne of Thunder raid. This one, I don't even think I've ever stepped foot into. Throne of Thunder. So, this is the raid. I've always thought it looked so cool, but I've literally never even stepped foot into it. This looks like a quick video of a clear of the raid. It's like an hour long. Is this guy going in solo? I'm looking for where they're on the platforms. Or is that not Throne of Thunder? What are we watching right now? I don't think this is Throne of Thunder. Hey, well, dude, Short Bus, good to see you, man. How are you, big guy? Is it the last boss? This is Throne of Thunder? Then what am I thinking about then? I always thought Throne of Thunder, it's like outdoors in the clouds. You're on these platforms and you like jump from platform to platform, and there's like this almost air elemental, like genie looking dude. Again, I'm thinking Alakir. Oh, that's a Kata raid? Really? This is exactly what I'm thinking. I've never done this raid. Oh, I thought this was MoP, man. I'm actually sad because I've always thought this was such a cool raid. I've just never done it. What's up, Dodger? Good to see you, man. I've never done it. Oh, I'm actually sad. I was like looking forward to doing this in MoP. Well, I guess I missed it in Kata. You weren't kidding when you said you don't know much about MoP. No, dude. Honestly, bro, like I said, after Cataclysm, all the way to Dragonflight, okay, all the way to the end of Shadowlands, I'll be honest, I'm actually just a huge noob. I know like nothing. Nothing is a stretch, but from a dungeon and raid perspective, I know very little. Like, you know, again, my story is that I came back I've been there. The millisecond servers have opened for every single expansion this game has ever had. Ever. Every single one. But did I stick with the game? I didn't have any friends to play with. I would join a guild, ended up being toxic. I quit the game altogether. I repeated that cycle all the way from halfway through Kata. So if we talk about like my game knowledge in World of Warcraft, right? If there is a timeline, okay, from vanilla, we'll just do vanilla, TBC, Wrath of the Lich King, And then I will do half of Kata. And then over here to Dragonflight. And then obviously the War Within. My knowledge of the game is very high. My experience in the game, very high. But then there's what I call the noob gap. Where everything in this gap, dude. I'm just mega noob, dude. I'm just giga noob, dude. Like, again, I was there for the very moment the servers came live of every expansion the game's ever had. But the raids, I hardly did any of those raids. Hardly did, I did some of the dungeons because again, I leveled, right? And I would always like, I would get max level, I would do some heroics, and I would tell myself, this is gonna be different this time. I'm gonna join a guild, we're gonna raid, it's gonna be the greatest time of my life. And then the cycle would repeat every single time. Oh man. So I'm excited for MoP because I'm a MoP noob. I am absolutely a MoP noob, and I am very excited to experience it. So Influence and Hoagies and Ox, thank you for making some of my dreams come true, not only from a game perspective, but also from a Unity perspective. I have wanted Unity to expand in Classic WoW for a couple years now. But you know, Rome wasn't built in a day. And I'm very, very, very excited. Coach, I liked MoP until they way overused the shot character design. I mean, they're still using it today, every expansion. I will agree. It's used a lot. I happen to love it so much that I'm okay with it. But I'm not gonna disagree with the fact that it gets used the crap ton, because it does. It definitely does. All right, what I'm doing right now is trying to figure out which one of my characters actually have a vault. That is what I'm doing right now. I did so much mount farming last week that I'm like, who did I actually do keys on? But actually, now that I think of it, I'm pretty sure it was only the Paladin. I'm pretty sure it was literally only the Paladin. Yo, what up, TA? Good to see you, friend. God bless you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What up, Yuzathoth? Welcome. Good to see you, friend. By the way, yo, Pray Jeebus. Absolutely obliterating the TikTok like goal right now. You absolute literal living legend. Guys, you could literally take 4th or 5th place by simply just double tapping the screen on TikTok. Those spots are still open. I appreciate y'all a ton. You guys are amazing. Let's head to that vault, baby. I'm gonna have one myth piece in here. Asmo, wait till you get your first mythic BOA weapon. Mythic BOA weapon? Wait, what does that even mean? Yeah, bro, I am a giga MoP noob. I know almost nothing, bro. Literally almost nothing. Dude, do I open this in Holy Spec in hopes of getting a myth holy weapon? I think I might, to be honest, bro. Well, I think I might. I think I might actually open this in holy in hopes of getting a weapon, because I've been doing 10s on my holy paladin with a strength weapon. And I should probably change that. But I don't want to make a crafted weapon because I need those crests to upgrade my gear. Yeah, I think I'm going to do it. I'm just going to open it holy. Why not, dude? Come on, dude, if I get a weapon, I have the best RNG on the planet. Best. Okay, I have horrible RNG. My RNG sucks so bad. It's terrible. It's trash. It's garbage. It's garbage. Now I'm actually sad. I'm actually sad, dude. This... I mean, I'll take it, bro. That's my first mythic trinket on the account. Yo, pal, dude. How was Gallywix, dude? What'd you guys prog on him? My goodness, dude. Yeah, it's not bad, dude. And it's got avoidance on it. I'll take it, dude. Why not? We take those, bro. We take them, man. Okay, so they're bind on account myth weapons drop from Siege of Orgrimmar. And Short Bus, you have them in game? What the heck, dude? Bind on account? Really? So they're like high-end raiding weapons that you can use between your characters? Yo, that's actually legit. What's up, Babs? Good to see you, friend. Hopefully doing well. Let's go, man. Yeah, if anybody wants to come play Classic, come play with us. I was actually leveling my Paladin last night. Me, Hoagie's, Influence, AJ, just doing some dungeons. I'm like a level and a few bars away from 85. Yo, by the way, Doughboy, I see you with the hydrate. Appreciate you. S tier, dude. Real quick, well, I haven't done this in a few days outside of yesterday's announcement of the new patch, which if you don't know, new patch comes out August 5th. And the season comes out August 12th. That info was released just yesterday. Okay, dude, pal, you guys got to last phase. As soon as we see that dance cup more pulls, I expect the boss to unalive next week. Dude. You're gonna be a cutting edge raider, dude. I'm a little jealous. Oh, you're a beast, dude. You're a beast, man. I'm really happy for you after all these years. It's gonna be insane. Because, pal, this is your first one, right? This will be your first time getting cutting edge. I know you've mythic rated a lot, but I think if I remember correctly, you've never gotten cutting edge. I've never gotten it either. I would like to one day. Dang. Sheesh. That's crazy, man. Okay, yeah, it'll be your first P. Puma, good to see you. Hopefully doing well. Oh, short bus, and you guys got sub 50% on Galley last night. Dude, let's go, man. Yeah, I know Moon just got him 2 weeks ago, last week. Pal, I'll be there for your first CE when you come back. Dude, what a legend. One day, maybe one day. We'll see. No plans as of right now. But, guys, I gotta tell you the next raid. Oh, my. Bro, if there was ever a tier where I actually want to get cutting edge, it would be next tier. Have y'all seen the new raid? I have to show you. Let's just make sure there's not any Wowhead posts that I am not up to date on. And if I've already seen everything, which I may have, because I don't think really there's that much new information. I saw some balancing stuff. I read that off stream. Holy Paladins are getting freaking mega buffed. My goodness. It's insane. Yeah, no, I think I'm good. I think we're good. Oh, Taco, your guild went and got CE the day that you missed. Oh, dude. Feels bad, man. I've been there, though. The first time I ever got AOTC, well, technically, I actually didn't get it. I was raiding with a guild, and I had been raiding with them throughout the whole tier. I was one of the tanks. And we're getting through. It was Sepulchre the first ones, so Jailer was the final boss. Sick raid, by the way. So good. And we had been progressing. We get to Jailer. We do a few nights on him. And I had told them a few weeks prior, I'm going to be not at raid day on this day because it was my wife's birthday. So I gave him like 3 weeks notice. But we're progressing every week. And I'm like, at this rate, they're going to get AOTC on the night that I'm gone. And that was exactly what happened. And then after that AOTC, they took a break from raiding. And then we're going to come back like, I don't know, like a month later to start re-clears, but just to give everyone a break from all the prog, which is fair. And, but then at that point, I think I kind of faded out of the game. So I actually never got AOTC. It's Sepulchre the first ones. So my first AOTC I actually got was when I raid led, when I started Unity, because I was our first raid leader in Dragonflight. TikTok, what are you doing? Guys, TikTok hates me. TikTok actually hates me. Look at this. Your live is not eligible for recommendations because it contains unoriginal or reproduced content. I don't know what we're talking about here, dude. I don't know what we're talking about. Unoriginal. I'm playing a video game made by other people. I'm playing a video game. None of us are making original content. What are we talking about? All right, hey, if you're watching on TikTok, there's 5 of you there. I'm gonna turn the stream off and back on again to get around some of these ridiculous TikTok rules. So I'll be back in like 48 seconds, because that's the second time they've done that to me today. They're like, Susie, you can't stream while you didn't make it. Of course I didn't make it. What are we talking about here? Like, what? Of course I didn't make more than one guy. Oh, yeah, TikTok. Y'all pray for me, dude. Y'all pray for me, man. Yeah, pal, Vault the Incarnates was my first ever AOTC, man. First ever AOTC, bro. I had never, ever in my life gotten it. I mean, I never had the community, bro. I never, yeah, it could be Wowhead. I just never had the community, bro. Never had it, man. And so then it was one of those things where I was like, if I can't join a guild to get AOTC with, I'll just start one myself. That's pretty much most of what I've done with my life. Been unhappy with some sort of circumstance, so I've just created my own. That's kind of like a thing that I do. It's probably the most consistent thing I do. Oh wait, there's no church for gamers. There's no churches that are like open to like actually being welcome and like interacting with gamers. I'll just make one myself. Oh, there's no positive gaming community that like actually like is playing World of Warcraft. I'll just make one myself. But at some point, you can't do it anymore. You know what I mean? You can only do so much. You can only do so much. But I gotta show y'all the new raid, and hopefully TikTok doesn't ban me for it. Who was the person I watched? Oh, it was Kalamazi. He's a WoW content creator, and he plays Warlock. Y'all have to see this, dude. The new raid guys, I'm telling you, Blizzard, they're cooking on this next raid. Like, they are straight cooking on this raid. There's one. No, it's not that one. I watched the whole thing. It was like a 30-minute video. Oh, it's right here. Dirt literally shows that I watched it. So these are some of the boss fights. Again, obviously credit to Kalamazi for this video. It's his, not mine. But he shows the POV of every boss. Yo, welcome my TikTok friend. Yeah, Kalamazi's a beast, man. I'm not gonna say I watch him like a ton, but what I do watch is seems like a level-headed guy, cool guy. Obviously cracked at the game. But first of all, this is gonna be aesthetic, like subjective preference, but I love the void purple theme. Guys, it's just clean. It is just clean. Now, this is obviously a first boss. First boss is intended to be simple, relatively on the easier side. Most first bosses you kind of just walk through, and you're gonna see that here. I've seen the whole fight. Mechanics are simple. There's a soak, bring things to the edge. Beautiful fight. But there is a transition phase, okay? There's a transition phase here where now, and also in this video where they're doing their PTR testing on normal, and these people are cracked and they have so much gear, they're obliterating the bosses. So there are some phases you don't even get to see because the boss goes down too early. But this transition phase, check this out, right? So they're figuring out, right? They don't actually know how to do it. So what I heard here, Swifter, about the new cloak we're getting in the new patch is that the cloak, correct me if I'm wrong, I heard the new cloak has a active ability that lets you like almost shapeshift into no, it wasn't Teddles. Tactics. Saw Tactics do it, where you almost like shapeshift into a void, and like you move a few feet ahead of you, and you can like almost teleport through these things. So instead of these beams hitting you, you hit your cloak and you almost void shift through them. That was what he was explaining, and I saw his character do it, and I was like, bro, this is freaking sweet. Okay, it gives you a burst movement speed, and you can move through everything. Yeah, McBeck phase. Okay, yeah. So I don't think he knows about it yet when he's doing this, and I didn't know it till last night. I saw this a few days ago, and then I watched Tactics do it last night, and I was like, bro, this is sweet, bro. But hold on, this raid gets so much better. One of these final bosses is so sick, dude. So sick. And then I listened to Max talk about what he what he saw happen on the mythic version of these, because again, everything you're watching right now is just on normal, but Max, as they're preparing for the race, who's the raid leader of Liquid, he talks about some of these bosses they tested on mythic, and oh my goodness, it sounds insane. I might as well show that video because it's crazy. But yeah, then you've got this spider boss. This one was pretty cool. Like, I don't think there was anything too crazy. Again, it's the second boss. They are intended to be easy, simple. This one has a mechanic from Vaulting the Incarnates. I think his name was Aragorn. It was the first boss where there's like the fire elementals and you have to destroy one to make an opening and then go through. Same thing. I think that's pretty much most of the fight. Again, second boss, intentionally supposed to be simple. Dude, my browser is like being super laggy. I'm like trying to skip ahead in the video and it's being mashed potatoes. This boss is pretty cool. There are these like canisters that are around the room, and then players have to like aim a line that shoots an orb at the canister. So you break the canister and then ads pop out. So you aim these beams at them. You'll see an orb's gonna come out in a second. Soulfray Annihilation, orb goes out, canister breaks, ad appears. There's a few more things, but that's like the main big thing. And I like this because tank positioning really matters depending on which canisters you hit, which I think is pretty cool. There's like a knockback that almost brings you off the map. There's just cool orbs that come out. Those are pretty cool. They're really slow, so I'm assuming they'll be pretty easy to dodge. But I'm assuming on heroic mythic, they'll, you know, obviously the boss will get much crazier. Next boss is this one. This one is Forge Weaver Araz. Dude, just the continuous theme of like the purple. But some of you guys might be like, man, that purple might get old. Stick around, because there's a part of the raid completely changes. Oh, it's sweet, dude. This might be the coolest raid I've seen in quite a long time. Again, coolest objective. Some people might not like the void thing. I think it's sweet. Taco, you would like the purple, dude. You would like the purple. Yeah, dude, this looks so good. I really love it, man. Really love it. And then after you get through these bosses, then the raid actually goes outdoors to like a snowy area. It actually looks cooler when you get to see like more of a walkthrough of the raid rather than just seeing the boss arenas. Now this boss, there's some conversation around and honestly some confusion. What's up, T2Web? Good to see you. This boss apparently right now is optional. What does that even mean? Like you don't have to do the boss. And so people are like, if it's optional, is it included in the race to world first? Like there's a lot of speculation and conversation around what that means. But this boss right here, if you guys heard the rumors about the third Demon Hunter spec, this boss right here is where all that rumor is about. This entire boss is all about showcasing this cool new Demon Hunter thing. And we don't know if it's going to be a new spec, but this boss does all the cool things. Then, oh, MoP's up sick. Now I want to get through like all this conversation, and then we'll jump into MoP. This is still the same fight. It's a really cool fight. It's actually a really cool fight. Then this boss looks so good, bro. The arena looks sick. The mechanics on this one are really cool. There's like these blocks you have to strategically position like right there, and then like people get a beam to break it. But if you put too many blocks on the same side, it wipes the raid. Like, dude, I think this whole raid looks sick. Oh, I love this ice theme. I love this blue theme. Like, oh, it's so good, dude. There is a real chance this could maybe be one of my favorite raids in all of World of Warcraft. Yeah, bro. I mean, we're gonna see. I've never done it, obviously, just watching other people's videos. I watched Automatic Jack do a ton of player testing when I was on vacation. I love this game, bro. Like, I freaking love this game, dude. It's so good. Swifter, it's considered optional, but it has a tier piece that boosts and boots that increase how often your cloak activates. Oh, okay. So everyone's gonna farm it. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. No doubt about it. Yeah, dude. And then this is the second to last boss. Remember, if you guys don't know how PTR testing works, that stands for public test realm. So you can play the content before it's officially out, and that's what normally all higher end raid teams do to practice. But what WoW almost never does is they never release the final boss. So normally the final boss goes untested because they don't want to give away all the secrets of the final boss. But the final boss is Kai'Veza, right? I'm pretty sure it's Kai'Veza. Princess Kai'Veza anyway. But yeah, this one looks sick. I love the, like they did a, look at this. Oh my goodness gracious, bro. The beams, and they actually, those beams rotate. So oh yes. Let me skip forward. In this. Okay. Oh, you're right. It's Demetrius is the final boss. And where's Princess Kai'Veza? Did we already see her? You're right, actually. Where is she? Oh, she's a Delve boss? Oh, you're right. Yeah, of course Demetrius is the final boss. It's the whole, like, ginormous, biggest raid boss of all time. You guys have to see this mechanic. You're going to lose your mind, and I'm going to explain it to you, at least to what Maximum described that it's going to be on Mythic. You look at the Dragon Claws. Instead of just typical lines, Dragon Claws. So cool, dude. But check this out. It's going to literally blow your mind, okay? So again, this is on normal. Wait for the mechanic. Oh, yeah. Sticks. This is going to be amazing. Here is the mechanic. And I'm pretty sure there's a guaranteed raid mount on Heroic that drops. So check this out, okay? Lag. Okay, look at those two circles. Look what happens, right? These spawn and they keep moving, right? And you have to dodge. Now, again, this is only normal, so let me give it a second. And then I'll explain to you what happens on Heroic and Mythic, okay? So these start coming out, but picture on Heroic and on Mythic, there's more of them happening at the same time. Because on normal, I mean, that wasn't a ton to dodge. Oh, is it not gonna? All right, you know what? Let me go to Max's video, because this is just gonna blow your mind. Maximum, wow. I'm pretty sure he only has one YouTube channel, right? Come on. And then, was it? No, I saw one of his videos recently. Does he have like a Max Clips? Cuddy Beer, God bless you. Good to see you. Does he have a Clips channel? Yes, here we go. This is the video I watched. And this is insane. So where is the mechanic? I think it's towards the end of the video. Watching this blew my mind. So I'm going to let you guys watch it, and I'll basically re-explain what he explains. Is in high quality. Yeah, we're good. So you just saw that mechanic in the other fight, right? R6, feel free to ask. So this might be Heroic. I'm not sure. Maybe it's normal. But there are these orbs that you have to spread, right? There's only a few of them. You got to just spread those around the raid. Doesn't look too crazy. But then they leave these portals, right? Okay, so this has to be Heroic because we just watched it on normal and there was only 2. And this is like, I don't know, a bunch more. So look at all this now. You have to dodge. Again, this is Heroic. This is not Mythic. And all while that's happening, do you see the orbs moving around in the middle? Okay, you see these moving around? Now, what he describes about Mythic is a few things. Let me backtrack. However many this is, these orbs around the room that they have to spread, however many that is, I think it's like 6. On Mythic, there's 10, okay? And from all of those, spawn these spiky orbs and these dodge circles, okay? So there's 10 of them. At least that's what he says on Mythic. But the craziest part, you see these orbs floating around in the middle right here? On Mythic, if any of these touch each other like they're doing right now, instant wipe of the raid. Instant wipe of the raid. So on Mythic, there is this mechanic that I don't fully understand yet. I mean, no one's even seen it. He's just reading the dungeon journal. But there's a mechanic that basically, like, players will get something on them. It's like I don't know, something that they have to interact with these spiky orbs. And I think on normal, he said it's like the same mechanic. Like, I don't know if there's like a beam from the player or something, but there's a mechanic where a player, if they get the mechanic, they have to interact with one of these orbs. And on normal, you make the orb go away. On Mythic, it doesn't make it go away. It just makes it change direction. So like, you see how these are going, like this is going left, this is going right. On Mythic, when you interact with the orb via whatever the mechanic is, it just sends it in the opposite direction. So the team's responsibility is, as these are about to hit each other, you have to interact with them before they bump into each other or the raid wipes. So the amount of like personal responsibility is going to be absolutely insane, all while you are dodging not just what you see on screen, but plus 4 or 5 more, because there's 10 in total in Mythic. It's sheer madness, dude. Watching this race to the world first is going to be nuts, dude. I cannot wait, dude. Yeah, I can't wait. Oh man, I can't wait. I can't wait, dude. Yeah, bro. And yeah, I believe you can get knocked off the map. Oh, it's gonna be insane. Swifty, you're about to see it, but I believe X amount of players get targeted and they have to hit the spike. Like you said, the direction they are moving is reverse. Bro, it's so crazy, dude. Like, dude, look at that, bro. Dude, it looks so good. I can't wait. I can't wait to do this raid. I can't wait to watch it in Race World first. Dude, I cannot wait to do this, bro. This is gonna be, oh, it's gonna be nuts, dude. Oh, it's gonna be absolutely nuts. And the final boss we know nothing about. Only thing we know is it's gonna be Dimensius, the largest boss to ever have been created in World of Warcraft. But we know pretty much nothing, because again, Blizzard intentionally does not show us the final boss until it is actually released and in the game. Hey Mag, what are you doing? Modify install? What's happening here? Mag is hitting buttons. High-res textures, confirm. Is that like a new WoW thing? Adding HD. So Mag, it was already on then, I guess? The thing you're looking for? Interesting, bro. Let's go. R6, knowing that some of the members of Echo left for Method, in your opinion, how do you think it will affect the race rule first? Well, I listened to Max, the raid leader of Liquid, talk about it, and he said honestly he really doesn't see it making much of a difference. He said although a few of those people left Echo, he still think Echo is still absolutely gonna cook in this next race. And I think he said it might help Method a little bit, but the gap's pretty big. I am hopeful that Method will make a pretty significant jump. But I mean, I don't think they're gonna beat Liquid. To be honest, I'm a Method fan. I'm a Method fan. Have they made mistakes in their past? Absolutely. But the way that they've owned up to it and tried to do better. Now, you know, the most recent thing of bringing on some people that had some allegations, I mean, questionable. But I'm normally a Method fan, but I don't see them beating Liquid. Liquid's, they're cracked, bro. And let me explain what I mean by they're cracked. I really don't think from the players themselves, I really don't think there's a huge gap in skill between the players. Let me explain what I believe is Liquid's superpower, okay? So from a skill level, right? If this is Liquid and this is Echo, if this bar represents skill level honestly, I think they're pretty much the same. Okay. Now, if we take their raid leaders, which is Max, RL, and I think his name is Roger, RL, from a raid leader perspective, for me, here's the difference. This right here is why I think Liquid wins. I think the players are probably about just as good as each other, but Max is a superhero, dude. He's I think he's AI. Like, I think he's literally AI, bro. TikTok, why do you keep Chat, I don't know what to do at this point, dude. Chat, they keep saying my stream is unoriginal on TikTok. It doesn't get more original than literally me drawing on MS Paint. This is actually my own creation. I am the artiste. I am art. They call me Pastor Picasso, dude. Oh, that's true. I was just watching a YouTube video of somebody else. Maybe that's it. TikTok is the worst. LOL, dude. Yeah, I guess so, man. I guess what I might have to do when I do that on TikTok, I might have to hide my screen from TikTok. And TikTok just watches me full screen while I just talk about what we're all watching together. My mouse just died? No, it's over here. But this is why I think Liquid wins. Now, Liquid doesn't always win, but I do think, like, I think Max is significantly better than Roger. Just my speculation. Obviously, I don't know for sure. That's my speculation. But do I think that Echo losing a few players is really going to change a ton? I mean, I don't know for sure. My guess is probably not. It may just close the gap between Echo and Method, but I don't really, I don't even see Method getting second place, unfortunately. I would love them to, but I don't actually see it. I don't actually see it happening. Feels bad, man. Dude, the customization options were super limited back in Miss Pandaria. I like hardly remember it. This is crazy, dude. Yeah, if you guys don't know, there's actually a mount that you unlock by completing the starting zone in Miss Pandaria. So if you guys are looking for a cool retail mount, then literally if you just complete the Miss Pandaria starting zone, which is already included in your monthly WoW subscription that you're already paying for. I kind of like this one. And of course, got to go with the name Bruzy. Well, actually, you know what? I'm not. What am I going to call you? Because he's just a level, like a starter zone character. Well, you know what? I will. Bruzy it is, bro. You spammed random and then hit GG, dude. Kung Fu Susan. Come on now. Let's go. What up, Marvel, dude? Good to see you. Oh, snap, bro.
On the mysterious wandering isle. While many
Nostalgia, bro.
Mandarin prefer a tranquil life, the lure of adventure burns in your blood. Recently, the wandering isle has begun erratically weaving about the world's oceans. The air grows cold, and your island home is spiraling toward disaster. As one of the most promising of students at Master Shang's monastery, you may just be the salvation for your people. But first,
that's legit.
You must complete your training.
You know what I just discovered, guys, which is crazy? Oregon has multiple monk monasteries. Like I'm not even trolling you. multiple monk monasteries. Like, I've never even seen a monk monastery, and yet there's one like 30 minutes from my house, and the public can go visit it. Like, the public can literally go visit it. This guy's name is Fat and Ugly. What are we talking about, dude? What are we talking about, dude? Oh my goodness gracious. What a name, dude. What a name. There is the legend himself. The man making dreams come true. Pastor Influence in the chat. If you guys don't know, like I said earlier in stream, Influence and his team, Hoagies and Ox, have now officially launched Unity Gaming into Mists of Pandaria WoW Classic. Not just an in-game guild, but a full-blown category in the Discord. If you guys are looking to join the Mists of Pandaria section of Discord, again, all you have to do if you're already in the Discord is go to the very, very top, channels and roles, and select WoW Classic. This is not just an in-game guild, it is a full-blown expansion of Unity Gaming into WoW Classic. Only on the Mists of Pandaria side. We'll see what the future holds for the rest of the versions. But this is exciting, bro. This is something I have been wanting literally for years, and now we are finally here, and I'm so pumped. So to you, Influence, Ox, Hoagies, the team, insane. They're gonna be putting on events. They're looking to build a raid team. So Influence is saying, hey, if anyone is interested in maybe being a raid leader on the Mists of Pandaria Classic side, hit either him or one of the other officers up. They would love to connect, which would be crazy because, bro, y'all about to catch me doing some MoP Classic raids, bro. For real, man. Dude. Just love, wow. All of it, dude. Just love all of it, man. It is one of those. I gotta get 5 of these, right? Dude, this is when monks had stances. I forgot about that. I'm actually considering actually playing a monk in MoP. Not a panda, but just probably a dwarf. Because especially the classic guys, let me know. This is what I think research told me, but let me know if it's accurate. You can't boost a panda monk, but can you boost like another race monk? Could I boost a dwarf monk just straight to 85? Okay. So you can boost pandas and monks. Wait, so I can boost a panda monk? They changed it? Oh, nice. I might boost a panda monk just for the full, the full nostalgia. I might actually do it, bro. Because I have 2 boosts. What's my objective here? Sparring trainees defeated. Bro, do you want to fight me, dude? Yeah, dude, we were doing some leveling last night. Me, Hoagies, AJ, Influence. And it's just chill, bro. What are we doing the starter zone for? Because to get the mount. There is a mount in retail if you do the starter zone. Let me show you guys the actual mount. What is the mount for completing the MoP Panda starting zone? It is called the Sheo Sage Serpent Mount. So when I show you guys this, some of y'all are going to be like, yeah, I kind of want to get that. Check this out. This is the mount you get for completing the starter zone. Yeah, bro. It's a pretty dope mount. And it takes what, like not even 2 hours to complete it? That's pretty legit, dude. I'd say it's worth. Shuriken, I was leveling new Shaman on Classic. Didn't know about the mount. Gonna have to go to Panda tonight for sure. Yeah, just do the starter zone. Not even 2 hours, Ox. A little over 1 hour. That's legit, bro. So we'll do that, and then I will switch to like a max level tune. I have 2 boosts, and my Paladin is just about to ding 84. So obviously I'll finish getting him to 85. But I don't know, bro. I might just go full monk, dude. Just for the full like MoP experience. Yeah, pal, I heard monks are really strong in Mists of Pandaria. I mean, to be expected. Why am I so low, bro? Normally when a new expansion releases a new class, Blizzard makes them pretty OP. Normally that's the case. They're pretty stinking OP, dude. Dude, Ox, I would love help leveling up the Pally, man. I appreciate you, dude. Yeah, complete starter zone, then boost. Yep, that's probably exactly what I'm gonna do. Yeah, Mag, MoP is only 5 levels from 85 to 90. And then after MoP, they went back to the 10 every single time. Let's go, dude. Yeah, that's a dope. Level 2, baby! Ding, 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 ding! Guys, I'm on a roll, dude. Already level 2. I'm literally out of my mind. So burn the Edict of Temperance. What is the Edict of Temperance? Do I just... You hold the flame in your hands? Bro, I do have a flame in my hand. But like, now where do I bring this thing? Where you at, dude? Is it out here? It's not out there. Yo, I don't see no Edict of Temperance, bro. Is it over here with you? Is it upstairs? It might just be. Hello? Guys, I don't know how to level in class without an arrow just pointing at where to go, you know what I mean? I don't even know how to play that, dude. Well, then if I can boost the Panda, then this guy actually isn't even just a starter character. So I'm glad I named him Bruzy, because that's the name I actually want on my dude. Yeah, because the ability, like, as I'm playing Classic, to just play all 3 specs on one tune, tank, healer, DPS, that's pretty legit, bro. I haven't made my full decision, but it might be Monk, bro. Might be Monk. Because I really like Monk in retail. And so I'd kind of like to experience what they're like in Classic. For real. Ox, your Monk is Mistweaver, Windwalker, decently geared for both. Yeah, because I like the fact that like when we're doing dungeons, I could be tank, I could be a healer, but I don't know, bro. I might actually mostly play Mistweaver. Like if I end up sticking with this Monk, I might actually play Mistweaver, dude. Might be a healer. Just to get like a really unique experience, you know what I mean? I normally always tank, but I wouldn't mind changing it up, bro. Ooh, you thought you were gonna cast that ability on me, dude. Get Quaking Palms, dude. Makes me feel like I'm an anime character when I play this. This is legit. Mag, well, I want to level my mage. He would be Wrath level, so I can tag along. Absolutely, get on in here, dude. Get on in here, bro. 100%, dude. Yeah, we were doing Dungeons last night, bro. Sick BRB, gonna go give Blizzard some money. That's so funny, Mag, because Mag texted me last night. He's like, dude, I want to play, but I really don't want to give Blizzard any money. And then now he's like, be right back, gonna go give Blizzard my money. Let's get it. Chat, do you realize you could have a chance to play WoW Classic with Magnivigor? I mean, what are we talking about here, dude? What are we actually talking about? Look at this legend, dude. Oh my goodness gracious, bro. Oh wait, all my add-ons, I forgot. Yeah, they're all off because they were bugging out on me last night, so I just disabled them. I was like, why can't I move anything? Or why don't I have any quest help here, dude? No, I don't want LVI. That one I forgot to turn off. Yeah, no, I don't want LVY. It almost, I don't know, it almost feels weird using LVY in classic because it just removes the classic feeling, you know what I mean? I don't know what this box is. This box was there last. Oh, you guys can't see it. My camera covers it. Can you see it over here? Nope. All right, I'm just making things up. There's actually literally nothing there. Nothing there. Hoagie's AJ is 81, and we were doing level 80 dunners last night. Yeah, he was able to insta queue. And actually, when we first started last night, Hoagie's, he was level 80. So he just started right from like basically his Wrath character. And we just went from there. Okay, so I got a stolen training supplies, bro. Pastor's going on a stealing spree, dude. What the heck do I? Is there a cave? Because I don't see no. Ooh, first of all, put on the gear, dude. Let's go. I don't see any. I don't see anything here, dude. Is there a cave I gotta go in? Dun, dun. Bigwig's War Within add-on is missing. Why would I need a Bigwig's War Within add-on in Classic? Please explain. Please explain that to me. Pal, we are on Pagel and we're playing Alliance. Actually, you know what, dude? Let me, Mag, when you get back, do you mind making a command for basically Classic WoW? Like, Unity Gaming is now expanding into Classic WoW. And then put the server and the faction. Or actually, Influence, if you're free and you wouldn't mind typing up something for Mag, and then he'll just put it in my thing. That would be legit. Now, where is... Yeah, I don't see what's over here. I would maybe do... Desert, I didn't know you were here. What's up, bro? Yeah, because you could help too. Maybe we do MoP? Maybe we do Classic? Probably Classic. Ah, here's where I need to go. I think. Yeah, maybe we do Classic. Wait, Desert, you typed something above? I didn't see it. I love you, Desert. You're a legend. Absolutely Giga Chad. Okay, no, I am not going the right direction. Not going the right direction at all. Not even a little bit. Saram, how you doing, brother? Saram, do you see my beautiful panda, dude? Look at this legend, bro. Look at this absolute legend. I wonder, Saram, if you would like a little Classic action, bro. So, Desert, I remember on launch day that we couldn't reach the starting quest givers. Blizzard had to do a quick fix to make it so people couldn't stand on the same spot as NPCs. It was wild because there were hundreds of us standing over those star NPCs. Yeah, that was around the same time, I think, when they also made the rule that around like NPCs, people can't use their mounts because people would mount around the NPCs and just completely block people's ability to talk to the NPCs. And then what is over here? Yeah, stolen training supplies. They're right down over here, but I do not see them like at all. Somehow I find myself being horrible at questing. Somehow. Yeah, I don't. Do they drop off these mobs? That wouldn't make any sense. Because it doesn't actually say anything. The monks really are pretty sick, bro. I'm level 3, dude. Yeah, I don't see any supplies. Oh! I got Tiger Palm, dude. Pog champ. Absolute Pog champ, dude. Card bounced on Brogue, dude. Guys, the secret's out. The secret is out. Come on now. Crossover, are you playing Classic yet again? Dude, this time it's different. Influence has launched an official Unity gaming branch of Classic Mr. Pandaria, dude. It's more than just a few people who like Classic. It is a full-blown Unity extension. They're planning events. They're building a raid team. Like this, I'm telling you, bro. And it's not on me, bro. I'm not running it. That's why it's gonna work. One man can only do so much, dude. I'm at my cap, dude. Adding anything else to my plate, you can only do so much. But when we got a whole nother team behind it, bro, we out here making moves, dude. Bro, crossover gaming. Yes, for anyone listening right now, if you guys at all are interested in shopping on Amazon on today, which is Prime Day, or literally just if you shop on Amazon at all, if you guys don't know, you can literally just click that link in the chat, set it to your browser favorites, and anytime you shop on Amazon ever, if you start with that link, it will support the channel every time you buy anything. Like there's no extra charge, no extra cost. It's just a percentage of your purchase supports my stream, like at no extra cost to you. So if you guys are looking for it, literally, I can't stress enough, a free way to support anytime that you shop on Amazon, like that's the link right there. Now, if you use the Amazon app on your phone, then unfortunately, like there's no way for to use that link. But if you're willing to maybe use a browser on your phone or a browser on your computer, hey, I'd appreciate it. But I mean, and this is not like a Prime Day only thing. It's just literally anytime you shop on Amazon. And so if you wouldn't mind sending that to your favorites, support the stream, the minister, or mission, it would be a ton of fun. Now you said scamps. Is it these? It's not giving me any info that they drop it, but do they? They might. Yeah, dude, monk abilities. Oh, you're right. That is a drop zone. You're absolutely a legend. What would I do without you? What would I even do without you? All right, scamps. Let's go. Casual, I'm not allowed to reveal the number, but I get a percentage of the money that you spend. Yeah. It's a small number, but you know, we get a couple hundred people shopping on Amazon every week. We just start making a difference, brother. You know what I'm saying? Crazy, man. Can I click my shopping cart after following the link? I'm actually not sure, but one way that you can tell that it is supporting me or it's not, let me do this real quick. Click on that link. So yeah, when you click on my link, you'll be brought to my page. Shows my gaming essentials, streaming essentials. Just to be clear though, you don't have to buy anything from here to support me. Just anything you buy at all. But one way that you can tell that you're supporting me or not is if you guys look at your browser link, it will say Pastor Susie in it. If it at all says Pastor Susie in your URL, you should be good. If it doesn't say Pastor Susie, then I'm assuming it's not going to support me. I just joined the influencer program yesterday. I finally qualified for what's called the Amazon influencer thing. I had an affiliate thing a long time ago, but then it's complicated. But now that I'm in the affiliate program, the influencer program, now I have this link, which is freaking sweet. But you should see my name in the URL when you click that link, and then you should be good to go. And thank you guys. Like, bro, we got a lot of dreams to make a difference in the gaming community, bro. And so the more support we get, the more we start making those dreams a reality. Come on now. Okay, nice. I don't know how I would level without you guys. Let me tell you, the area of WoW that I'm the absolute worst at is leveling. I'm a terrible leveler. Terrible leveler. Come on now. Asthma, wish I knew that yesterday. I spent 1,000 on Amazon last night. Dang, bro. I know. I pinged the whole Discord. As soon as I completed it, I pinged the whole Discord. But hey, next time, brother. Appreciate you, man. You absolute legend. And now that I have this, you'll hear me talk about it often. Like it will forever. As long as it doesn't get taken away. You'll hear me talk about it on stream for sure. Dang, Sarem, bro, send me a DM if you don't mind with some details, bro. I'd love to be praying for you, man. For real, bro. Guys, can we get some hearts in chat for Sarem and anyone that is just having a hard day, man? Maybe you got some news. You know, I was DMing some people this morning who have lost family and are just hurting and struggling. Praying for you, man. Love you, Sarem, bro. And if you want to send me some deets, please do. Please do. Crossover. If only I could order this 12K dump trailer I need on Amazon. Well, that would be pretty nice, dude. It's obviously a small percentage I get, but a small percentage of 12K, hey, man. I'll take it, dude. I'll take it. What's up, Jake? Good to see you, man. Let's go. Cash John, keep that wish list updated. No, so what I just showed you is not a wish list. It's my recommended gear that people buy. I'm not a huge fan of the wish list, to be honest. Not a huge fan of just, hey, guys, buy me stuff. You know, I don't want to go on a tangent here, but if streamers aren't careful, they really start taking advantage of their position. You know what I mean? Like, your viewers already give you donos and subs and, like, all this money, and then you're going to ask them to buy you stuff that you don't even, well, sometimes you need. You know what I mean? It's like, what if you just take the money they give you and buy it? You know what I mean? I don't know. I try to be careful with how much I ask. You know what I mean? Like, I got 1,000 sub goal on my screen, dude. You know what I mean? Now, I don't get all that money. I only get 60% of it. But yeah, I don't know, bro. For me to put this whole list out, like, hey guys, buy me these toys. I don't know. For me, it's a bit much. It's when I see other streamers do it, it rubs me the wrong way. Rubs me a wrong way. I'm like, what if I just took all the money they're already giving me and then I just bought myself the things? There's a concept. You know what I mean? There's a concept, man. That's why I found Throne so fascinating. Some of the things people have on there. What do you mean? What do you mean Throne? What is Throne? Most ethical streamer. I don't know if I'd say that. I'm a flawed, broken human being. What's up, Frosty? Frosty, bro. It's official, dude. Classic. MoP Classic and Unity is officially out, dude. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, Icon Lady. And that's the thing that, like, so for example, right? I guess let me elaborate on what I'm talking about. Here's what I don't think is a problem. Like, if a streamer doesn't have, you know, a larger audience and doesn't have like a lot of financial support, and they have some like actual you know, things they need for their stream. Like, so for example, let's say that I didn't have all of you, and let's say that I had 5 viewers and I wasn't doing this for a living, and I needed some important upgrades. Like, let's say I had a really bad microphone, right? Let's say I had a really bad microphone, and I wanted to make a wish list for a microphone that people, if they wanted to support me, they could support something that would contribute to the mission. I think that is okay. I think that's okay. You know, maybe a camera upgrade, because not only is it supporting the mission, but then it is also adding to the viewer experience. Like, it makes your experience better, right? But first of all, that's not where I'm at. I have all the equipment that I need. I don't need to buy anything unless something breaks. And if something does break, I have a savings account from all the money you've already given me that I use to buy stuff, right? So last year, I needed a new computer. Well, I have a savings account from all the money everyone already gives me. And so I just, you know, went and bought a computer. I think that is the appropriate way to do business, right? Like if my quote unquote community, quote unquote customers are already, you know what I mean? Imagine like going to a restaurant and, you know, one of the tables or whatever is broken, and then the restaurant owner being like, hey, by the way, customers, we need a new table. What? Yeah, go buy a table with all the money that we pay for your food. You know what I mean? Like, but that's a very different place than a lot of people are in. But what I'm talking about is there are a lot of streamers who, at least in my opinion, just are okay with asking people for these toys. You know what I mean? Like, bro, people are struggling, man. Like, the economy is prices these days, bro. Like, the economy is so expensive, I can barely afford to pay attention. You know what I mean? Like, and you're out here asking people to just buy you these toys you don't even need? Well, on top of them already giving you money? I'm like, bro, we gotta calm down. Like, we gotta calm down, dude. And so that's what I'm talking about. What's up, Vortico? Mazavel Unity Classic is now out, brother. It is now official. These add-ons, I'm gonna throw up, dude. Influence and his team have officially expanded Unity Gaming full-blown into WoW Classic. And it's not just an in-game guild, guys. I'm talking full-blown category in the Discord. And again, if you guys want to be able to access it in the Discord, all you have to do is go to the very, very, very top, channels and roles, and make sure you select WoW Classic. And when you do that, you will then see the World of Warcraft Classic category. If people are typing in there, we already got people in voice chats hanging out. Well, Alexander was there a second ago. And then Ox get her away. I'm kidding, dude. I'm kidding, dude. Ox, you're a legend, bro. And so if you guys want to get in, we'd love to have you. So we are on Pagel Alliance. Pagel Alliance. Come on now. Vortical, just come back to WoW. Are you thinking about playing retail or come back to MoP Classic, by the way? Hoagies, I see what the heck. Wait, was that Hoagies? You're here? What's up, bro? So yeah, to wrap up my conversation, I think stream upgrades when you need them are okay, especially when you're smaller and have a smaller audience. And, you know, if you're making, you know, $200 a month on your stream, you know, and you need a new PC, you know, it's not, sometimes you need some help. But when you're doing it for a living and you're making like, you know, a reasonable middle class income, then when you need a, you know, a $300 thing, if you're being responsible with your finances throughout the year, like you should have been budgeting and saving, and that way you don't always have to be like, hey guys, because I didn't budget or I spend too much of my money, now I need you guys who are also struggling to make a living. Now I need you guys to buy me stuff. And it's just very, like, if you're not careful, you very, very quickly just start taking advantage of people's kindness, man. And I don't think it's okay. I don't think it's okay. But again, there's different situations, but I see a lot of people who are in like my position, like they make a middle class income, they do this for a living, they should be budgeting, they should not be overspending. And I see them just the way they talk to their viewers, and it's too much, man. It's just too, like, I think some streamers remember, like, your viewers are people, bro. They're not just an ATM. They are real people with real lives, their own families, their own struggles, and just don't forget that. Don't forget that, bro. That matters a lot to me. Hitman, last season when you were running the XP group, how did you choose which verse each week where the meditation focus was? It was a mix of two things. One, you remember early on in the semester, I just asked people a ton of verses that they would want to talk about and look over. So some weeks I just picked ones that people had asked. And then other weeks, you know, was whether it was one that just in my own personal prayer time really stuck out to me, or just a verse that I was like, hey man, I read this verse recently and it just like really connected with it. and just went from there. I honestly, it like I wasn't even some like overtly complicated process. It was just what either people already wanted to hear or what I felt in that moment from something I had read previously that I thought would be beneficial. For sure. Vortical, you're playing retail and looking forward to the vault later today. Just can't decide on Pally or DH. And then my Fury Warrior is looking at me like, hey buddy, bro, I'm telling you, dude, pick the one that sparks the most joy. I forget that who's that organizing lady on Netflix? But does it spark joy? Whichever one you just look at and you're like, dang, bro, like this character, yeah, Marie Kondo. Just, you're like, this is just sick, dude. Whichever one just has the highest cool factor for you, go with that one. And it's okay if like at first when you're coming back, you change your mind and take a little while to kind of decide what you actually want. Because leveling in retail is just so fast these days that it's a pretty low commitment to level a character. It's a pretty low commitment. And so if you change your mind later, but you had some fun along the way, full send it, go for it, man. Yeah, coach, the world has a pretty massive entitlement issue. Yeah. And you see that being fed in the, you know, the streamer economy. Because if you're not careful, man, streamers, like I said, they can just treat their audience like an ATM. And like, you should just give me stuff. Like, I am fully aware that literally at any moment, even after doing this for 10 years, at any moment, I can go out of business. At any moment. Like, people, if I start like taking advantage of people's generosity or not appreciating what people do, like, that's what blows my mind. Like, streamers, they exist because of their community support. Like, that's why they exist. Like, you didn't get yourself to where you're at. Now, you were obviously a contributing factor in that, for sure, but you're not the only contributing factor. Like, don't forget who got you there. Like, all of your people. Now, again, every streamer gets to spend their money on whatever they want. It's their money. They use it how they want. But I gotta be honest, I got a little bit of a bone to pick when I see these streamers who have made it big and do nothing to give back to their community. Like, I gotta be honest, it triggers me just a little bit when I see these streamers who have become multi-millionaires and they won't even do a mouse and keyboard giveaway unless the sponsor pays for it. Now, granted, if you can get the sponsor to pay for it, awesome. But I'm like, but if they won't? You mean your audience that helped you get millions of dollars? Like, you became a millionaire off the backs of a ton of like middle-class people who are struggling to afford a $150 keyboard, and you won't even buy a single mom struggling to feed her children a keyboard unless a company pays for it? Come on, bro. What are we talking about here, dude? What are we talking about here, bro? For me, bro, I'm just like, I can't, dude. And first of all, it's still a tax write-off. Let's be real. Even if you paid for it, it's still a tax write-off. So, like, it gets me worked up a little bit, chat. I'm like, dude, you're posting on social media about you taking your, like, chartering a private jet now, and which is cool. Do your thing. But like, you're not gonna give it back at all? Like, not like just nothing. But some of them do. Please hear me. This is not all big streamers by any means. Some of them are really fantastic. I think it's great. But when I see the ones that got there off the backs of their community and do nothing to give back, I'm like, bro, that's wild, bro. It's wild to me. I can't, dude. Casual John, Susie, I found out recently that they updated the annual income bracket in California for what's considered low income, and making 100K annually is considered low income now, at least where I live in California. I just threw up. I just threw up. Bro, I would kill making $100,000 a year, dude. Well, I wouldn't actually kill, but you know the phrase. Like, that's wild, bro. If I was making 100K a year, dude, we'd be chilling, man. We'd be vibing, dude. That's a lot, dude. That's a lot, bro. 6 figures? Depending where you live in the world, depending how many kids you have. But for me, where I live, even in Oregon, with no children, I was making 100K a year, dude. We'd be vibing, bro. Vibing, bro. But it depends where you live, depends your situation, depends how many kids you have. There's a lot of factors that go into that. 100K is, in today's world, it's not a ton of money anymore. But for me in my situation, right, I have very little debt, I have no children, we'd be vibing, dude, if I was making 100K. That's my goal to get to where, like, single, just me making 100K. My wife also works. I would like to get to the place where I make about 100K a year, because if my wife and I do decide to have children, and my wife wants to just stay home and, you know, be a mom, I need to make enough money to where my wife doesn't need to work, which I can't do right now, but would like to get there if my wife wanted to do that. But we don't have that situation right now. But right now I can't afford for my wife not to work. But I would, at one point I could, but I would like to get back there. Whew. Sure, my wife and I make 120K and we're living paycheck to paycheck. Yeah, depending where you live, and obviously, you know, depending on your life choices as well. But yeah, dude, it's, told y'all, man, the economy's crazy, bro. Things are so expensive, I can barely afford to pay attention. It's wild, dude. It's wild, man. It is crazy. Yeah, in SoCal, yeah, you probably do need like 150K just to survive. You're probably not wrong, dude. It is wild, bro. Wild. Desert, how about this for WoW Classic Command? Come and join Unity Gaming and WoW Classic with Pandaria. We're playing Alliance on the Pagel server. And then if you could add to that, be sure to select the channels and roles category. Be sure to select let me type it out because I need to make up my mind. Be sure to go to the channels and roles at the top of Discord and select the WoW Classic role to see the WoW Classic category. And if you could add that to the end, and then I think we're golden. I think we're golden. What am I doing here? Why why am I a skunk? Why am I a skunk? Oh snap, dude. Let's get it. Phoenix, I am so glad you're loving WoW. Like, you and my wife hanging out last night, just like playing WoW. I love that. I love that. That's so good. That is so good. S tier. All right, now do I just wait? What's happening here? Ring the training bell. Oh, do I have to jump on these? Oh, that's pretty cool. And then I ring that bad boy. That was too easy though. I wish it would kind of make me like go through a whole little maze and really kind of like not let me skip all of it. Okay, so I have to defeat Tushy monks. Interesting. Gotta fight you, bro. This reminds me of like that game they played at TwitchCon where you stood on the pillars and had to like fight each other off, and then people were falling into the foam pit that they didn't put like any foam on, and then people ended up in the hospital. And remember that? That was crazy. They did a foam pit on a concrete floor, but put like hardly any foam, and people didn't know there was concrete underneath it. So people were falling off and like seriously injuring themselves. It was wild, dude. It was wild. Oh, Casual John. Okay, so you guys decided to move to Colorado Springs in a year. You'll be missed, bro. I was kind of hoping you'd come out this way. We'll respect you, respect. What's up, Galileo? God bless you, brother. How you doing, friend? Welcome, man. Let's go. Teacher Wave, to get a camera or not, the one I have is brokenish. What are you going to be using it for? Streaming, photography, video? Come on now. Shurkin, I'm in Oregon. I'm in the Salem, Oregon area. And wow, bro, I love it. My goodness. Oh, I've lived quite a few places in my life. I grew up in Massachusetts. My wife and I first got married, moved to Connecticut. We're there a couple of years. Moved to Virginia. We're there 7 years. Then intentionally for 1 year only, we moved to North Carolina. And then now we live in Oregon and do not really plan on ever leaving. At least not for any time soon. Yeah, I mean, I'm only 30. I'll be 34 tomorrow. Tomorrow's my birthday. So I'm still young. So I hesitate to use words like forever or like the rest of my life, you know. Only two things I know I'm doing for the rest of my life are following Jesus and being married to my wife. Everything else, there are things I would like to do forever. Like I'd like to be a part of XP Church for the rest of my life. I would like to, you know, be involved in streaming and gaming for the rest of my life. I would like to live in Oregon for the rest of my life. But, you know, I'm so young, bro. You know what I mean? You just never know what God has in store, bro. You know, and I'm young, but I've lived long enough to know, like, you just never know what's coming, dude. You know? Like, you just never know what's coming. So I've just kind of learned to live life like with an open hand. It's like whatever God has, we'll see. There are definitely things that I want, but you just never know, bro. You just never know. You never know. St. Bear, love Colorado Springs, by the way. I know a great real estate agent down there if you could use the help. Yeah, if you don't know, St. Bear is in the Denver area, and St. Bear, S-tier human being, dude. Can personally vouch for this dude just being an absolute giga chad. And so if you're looking for some connections in that area, man, St. Bear's your guy, dude. He's your guy, man. And I've been to Colorado Springs, personally. Beautiful, dude. It's no Oregon, but hey. My wife and I, we like trees too much, man. Like, we like trees too much, and the Denver, Colorado Springs area just does not have a lot of trees, bro. I need more trees. But the mountains, I will say, are ginormous, and the red rocks stuff, those are wild, bro. They're wild, dude. They're like nothing you've ever seen. They are crazy. Crazy. Yeah, it's beautiful, man. Elevation is 6K feet versus SoCal, which is 600. So it'll take some time getting used to. Yeah, I mean, you definitely feel it when you get there. Like, it definitely is harder to breathe. But even after just being there for 3 days, I felt like I was beginning to adjust. So I'm like, if you actually move there, I'm assuming you'll be fine. But one thing I would definitely do though, bro, is you're probably already planning on it, but I would probably visit before you go. Not only because I recommend people visiting somewhere before they move anywhere, but especially if you're going to move to somewhere with such a drastic elevation, I would really recommend that. And the biggest reason being is, like, some people really don't adjust to the elevation well. Some people do not adjust well. Some people get sick, and for some people, it's like, hey, I actually maybe shouldn't move here because, like, elevation sickness is real. And so, something to consider. Jay Goose, how you doing, brother? It's good to see you, man. T2A, I'd like to do all those things decently. I don't intend to go pro within it, but I like making things. Hey, man, if you got the cash and want to invest in your own hobby, hey, Full send it. Full send, bro. And that's the beauty, man. Sometimes there's something beautiful about when you get to do something sheerly for the passion. There is something special when something gets to stay in hobby mode and never has to even think about making a dollar. Because you're really just doing it simply for the passion. That doesn't mean that you can't do something that you love and make a living off it. You definitely can, but it complicates it when you start relying money on it, for sure, because it's a whole another layer, and it definitely complicates it, for sure. So like, if you have no intentions of ever really going pro, but you're just doing it for fun, sometimes, honestly, bro, there's a lot of beauty in that, man. There's a lot of beauty in that, for sure. Sure, can you visit Oregon whenever I can? My wife's family is in Eagle Point. By a ton of mountains. Eagle Point. How far is that from Salem? I'm still learning about Oregon. I'm brand new, so I'm super noob. I'm looking up the map right now. Eagle Point, Oregon. Oh, okay, so that's way south Oregon. Cool. Sweet deal. Nice, bro. I'll have to add it to my bucket list. Because, dude, Oregon and Washington and Northern California are fascinating, bro. Fascinating. Like, I grew up on the East Coast, especially I grew up in the Northeast, where states are like this big, bro. I grew up in Massachusetts, dude. You could fit like 47 Massachusetts in Oregon. And so I'm used to states being small, and because they're small, pretty much the whole state is exactly the same, right? It's just not big enough for the geography or the weather to be any different. But once you start getting into like really big states, Scotty D represent. Once you start getting into really big states, especially in the Pacific Northwest, where it's like you can have mountains, like snow-capped, like glacier mountains, deserts, rainforest, and the coast all in one state. You're like, how does this make any sense? It's crazy, bro. Like, it's actually mind-blowing. Like, my brain is still like adjusting to like, how is this actually real life? Actually nuts. Actually nuts. Okay, so I got that one. Now I just got to do some more cranes, right? Think so? Oh yeah, they're all on the edge. Let's go. Hey, what's up, Photoshop? Good to see you, friend. Lyrica, I do have to check out Eastern Washington. I really do, bro. I really do, bro. Cross-eyed, when are you gonna start pumping out some babies? You know, I'm missing some pretty vital parts to make that happen. So I'm gonna say probably never. I'm gonna say probably never, dude. Even in 2025, it still can't be done. Keg W, bro. Okay, what are you missing, dude? Mag, let's have a little biology class here, bro. We'll see, man. Cross-eyed, my wife and I, it's something we talk about every now and then. You know, is it something that we want to do? We're not avidly avoiding having children. We just we're not going to have children unless the desire is there. And as of right now, we are very just content the way things are. But we're very open to the fact of, you know, if we wake up one day and that desire changes, like we would love to like have children, then we will. But we're also, of course, aware that there is a real biological clock on humans, right? And so at some point, you either have to decide like we're having them or we're not, because then like it's too late, right? But my wife's 33, I'm 34, so we still got some years left. Not a ton, but some. And but what we're not gonna do is have kids just because like everybody else has them. Not everybody, but you know, most people have them. But in this season of our lives, we just really feel called of God to give an astronomically large amount of our time to ministry. And if we had children, we couldn't do that. And when we do have children, the amount of ministry output we do will significantly decrease by a lot. And we just don't feel called to do that right now. But maybe one day. We'll see. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. We're open to whatever God has. Taco, that is so responsible. Most people don't think about that stuff, but really should put a lot of thought into having kids. Yeah, I mean, kids are, here's what I believe, right? And here's what I don't describe to. I do not subscribe to this 2025 mindset of people being like, kids are terrible, don't ever have them, they'll ruin your life. I do not believe that to be true. Now, does having children drastically change your life? Is there a whole lot of challenges that come along with it? Absolutely, absolutely. But I subscribe absolutely to the mindset that children are a blessing if you want them. If you want them, right? If you don't want them, don't have them. Don't have them. But, you know, I've spoken to a lot of people who ended up having kids for the wrong reason, and they regret it. They felt pressured by other people to have children. You know, a man and wife didn't really talk about that before they decided to get married, and then one wants kids and the other one doesn't, and that's a disaster in itself. But like, children are, like, you know what I mean? Obviously everyone would agree, like, children are not an object, right? They are a human being to be loved, valued, cherished. And if you don't want to have them, I don't think that's wrong. But if you don't want to have them, then don't have them, right? Don't create humans you don't want to exist and then have them grow up in a life where they feel neglected. Like, don't do that. And if you're going to have them, then have them, right? Like, and really give your life to being a parent. And is being sleep deprived utterly exhausting? I've heard some parents call it literally survival mode, right? My parents are like, oh, I remember that. Yep. Feel like I could barely survive. You know what I mean? But like, then you also hear those parents at the same time. You're like, man, I would give anything to have my child. Like, when I hear parents talk about their children, at least with some parents, normally the only parents I hear genuinely talk overall negatively are normally the same parents that I talk to that had children for the wrong reasons. But when you talk to parents who had kids because they wanted to have kids and really loved them, sure, do they say it's difficult, it's challenging, a lot of frustration, absolutely, a lot of hard parts about it. But then you also just hear them talk about, like, it's just the greatest thing a human, like, I've ever experienced. And so I subscribe to the mindset children are both challenging and a blessing, but you gotta want them, right? If you don't want them, don't have them. Don't have them. And no, I don't believe, Casual John, that like every person is like mandated by God to have children. I don't believe that. Especially, you know, you get into real dangerous territory with people who can't have children, man. You know what I mean? And it's not their fault. It's not their fault. Plus, the kids are fun, but grandbabies are absolutely the best. Yeah, because then you can give them back. You know what I mean? Lyrica, as a father of 13 months, there is nothing that can infuriate me more and at the same time love so much more than my son. It is a blessing because I get to see how God sees us as children. Absolutely, yeah. And I think like for those of us who are Christian, I think there's a part of your Christianity that really never gets fully experienced until you get married and have a child. That doesn't mean that everyone should get married or have a child and that you're anything less. But I think there's elements of it that you get to experience in singleness. So I think that, for example, there's an element of knowing God that is unique to someone who is single. Even the Apostle Paul says, like, those who stay single like they have the opportunity to actually like at times know God more because they can spend more time with him and they can do more of his work in ministry in the world kind of thing. By the way, I don't need to unalive these anymore. I am unaliving the wrong things. Feels bad. But but then married people, here's a phrase I've heard before, right? That if you're single, you can spend more time with God, but if you're married, you get to practice being like God. Because you have to practice patience, kind, loving, mercy and all that stuff like to your spouse. I'm like, that's kind of relatable, bro. And that same principle applies. Like for me, I understand like I am a child of God, but even my dad describes to me is like, until you have your own kid, you won't even fully understand what it's like to like love a child and to be that child. And my dad like he describes to me is like, until you are a child, you won't understand fully like how much God loves you, because you like look at this baby and you're like, if I can love you this much and I'm an imperfect person, then you like, how much more does God love me? You know what I mean? For real. Sam Beer, yeah, big agree. Kids are amazing and also not for everyone. Fostering is one of the most fulfilling experiences of our lives, but the most affirming that being parents was not our calling. Hey, dude. Yeah, for real. And everyone gets to choose for themselves, for sure, dude. For sure, man. And there are some people that can't even imagine some people not wanting to have kids. But I think people seem to embrace, like, everyone has different desires. You know what I mean? Like, everybody has different desires. Phoenix, we didn't want kids for a long time, but the Lord changed our hearts. So if the time comes, God can change your heart. And absolutely. And we're open to that. Yeah, absolutely. We're in no way, shape, or form like closed off to the idea of having children. We just simply, as of right now, feel called in this season of our life to not have children and focus our time on ministry. And we just don't we don't have the craving desire for it right now. We don't have the crazy desire for it right now. But if that does spark, absolutely. Phoenix 6 real. Having my son has shown me more of God's love and such a gift. Yeah, man, you get to experience like a whole new side of life. Whole new side of life. For real. Pido, welcome on YouTube, man. Priest can't always have a lot of kids. You need one to take over for you, one to marry off, and then some backup. Rest is a bonus. I'm not really sure what you just said to me. But welcome on YouTube. God bless you, friend. Good to have you, man. Good to have you. Yo, put a 7 in the chat if you got kids. How many parents we got in the chat? Let's go, homies. Enjoy them. God bless them. God bless them. Bobby Deeds, Influence, Asmo, Cross-eyed. Mag says not. Dude, get out of here, Mag. Oh my goodness, dude. Oh my goodness gracious. What's up, boo? Hello. How are you, babe? You chilling? Like a mad villain? Ready for the day? This is my wife Amanda's hand, by the way. Amanda, say hi to the chat. Hello. Hands are so little. Put it up against mine. Phoenix says, Amanda, I love you. Icon Lady spams your emote, and when I say spam, I mean she put it there one time. People are putting hearts. Hello. Dun, dun, dun. Yo, Piet. God bless you, my friend. All right, what's this next one? Cross the pool of reflection. Oh, snap. Do I gotta jump on these things? Oh. Whoa. It's automatic. No hands. Yo, that's crazy. Okay, well, I did that. Okay, I crossed, and then I gotta go back over here and press this button, dude. So I'm assuming I just step in here and then just do this. Drop into the center of the pool, okay? I feel like I'm in the center. Drop in the center of the pool of reflection. Maybe it was the other water. But the blue circle was over here, so I came back. Oh, this is crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. Dun, 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 dun. Let's go. Hey, we did it. By the way, who is this in the chat? Oh, is that I hit? What's up, bro? I didn't see the name at first. Let's go, man. Dun, 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 dun. All right, what's next? Play with the water spirit. Is that you? Wait, what's happening? Oh, you're over there. Do I do like slosh play or what do I do here? Oh, I got to step in this? Okay, I did that. Oh, sick. Okay. And I just got to do it a few more times. All right, that was my alarm to stand up. Yo. Okay, I got a few redemptions to catch up on. I do have the, I got the hydrate from Casual John. I got you, bro. Where's the next water? It's right here. Casual John, yeah. I think I think Oregon, if you can ever visit, I think it is like the best middle ground of the Pacific Northwest. It is, in my opinion, more beautiful than California, less beautiful than Washington, but less expensive than both. So it is like the middle ground kind of each. But and the fact that like literally geographically it is in the middle of the two states, you're driving distance from both. Now that I actually live in Oregon, because like if you asked me like a year and a half ago, I would have said like living in Washington is like the ultimate dream for me. But one, the prices are just so outrageously absurd. Like even if I was rich, I'm like, I just don't know if I want to spend that much money to exist. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't know. I don't know if I would ever want to. Like, even if I was a multi-millionaire, I'm like, I just don't know if I want to spend that much money just to literally exist on the earth. So I don't know. Maybe. I'm just not sure. But I don't know. But there are parts about California, Northern California, that are so great. And the fact that it's like driving distance for me, I love. And then all the parts about Washington that I want to live near, or that I wanted to live near, they're drivable. A couple hours. You know what I mean? Like there is a decent amount of parts of Washington that I love. They're a day trip for me. And I don't have to pay Washington prices to be there, you know? And so I really, Oregon's, it's pretty top notch, bro. It's pretty top notch, dude. What's up, Primal? Good to see you, man. Yeah, I'm only 3.5 hours from Seattle. Like, that's a day trip, dude. Like, I don't mind doing that in one day. You know, leave like 7 a.m., get there by 10:30. Spend the day, leave at like 6, you're home by 9:30. You know what I mean? Like that's day trip, bro. Some people might not like driving that much in one day, but I've done so much driving in my life that's a day trip, bro. Same thing, Mount Rainier. Like I would drive to Mount Rainier, hike part of it, not the whole thing, obviously, and then come back in the same day and not have to pay Washington prices. Like, I'm not going to say that living in Oregon is cheap, because it's definitely not. But it is significantly cheaper than Washington and in California. Yeah, well, yeah. If you got kids, then driving that many hours one day, not going to be great. Yeah, that's a different story. All right, Lyrica, I got you with the what you call it? I got you with the banana, dude. You out of here, bro. Wait, come backwards. All right, Bishop Banana at your service. They call me Bishop Banana, ladies and gentlemen. They do indeed. I am Banana. What's up, Unigirl? Yeah, and then you got so many of the major game developers on the West Coast. BlizzCon, 343, Microsoft, Nintendo. So many. Crazy. Lyrica, no, you'll go to Seattle at 10 and then get to Seattle at 1 p.m. Wait, what do you mean? Is that a traffic joke? Traffic in Seattle can be bad, but I'm used to traffic. I grew up outside of Boston, Massachusetts. So like the traffic be real, bro. The traffic be so real. Yo, do I have a bunch of gear that I'm just not putting on? I probably do, bro. What's up, Influence? I mean, AJ. What's up, bro? AJ, bro. That classic hype be real, dude. That classic hype be real. Now, let me turn off Bigwigs. Turn off LVY. And I think we're actually good. I think. Let's go, man. St. Pierre, did you end up being able to check out? Yeah, I went to Lodges, bro. Yeah, I went. Dude, it was awesome, bro. I made really awesome connections. The event was a ton of fun. And I learned so much, bro, that I immediately started putting into practice. And it has already been wildly beneficial, dude. Yeah, bro. But it was sad though, man, because what I got to see there was I got to hear about just right now how like it's tough to be a game developer. It's tough right now to be a game developer. And a lot of them are struggling. And so they talked a lot about that at at the conference, and you got to see it in real time because it had about half the attendance of last year because half the people are currently unemployed and couldn't justify flying to a conference. So that was pretty sad, man. Like that was pretty sad. And again, it's just always good to hear from perspectives that are just not your own, because you're like, dang, man, like I had no idea that was happening. And you hear like, oh, layoffs at Microsoft and layoffs at, but then like you know when you're not in that world or a part of that world, you just don't really think that through, but it matters a lot. It matters a ton. Ooh, I got blackout kick, baby. Let's go. Love it. Hoagies, I think I spent at least an hour getting through Portland the weekend. Yeah, my wife and I are not big city people. Like I said, I grew up outside of Boston, Massachusetts, about 25 minutes away. I went to college in Boston, Massachusetts, at least for a year. And we are suburb people, dude. We are suburb people for sure. No, St. Pierre, nobody from Blizzard, not or anything even related. I did get to meet a guy that worked on God of War. I got to meet a guy that currently works on Minecraft. I got to meet the guy that runs all of gaming at TikTok. I got to meet a lot of really, really cool people, but nobody from Blizzard. Sad, dude. Not a single person from Blizzard. That's what I was really, really, really hoping for. Yeah, man. But hey, maybe next time. Maybe next time, homie. What's up, that guy again? God bless you. Hopefully do well. Come on now. Yeah, catch Don. You gotta do what you gotta do, bro. And if nothing's keeping you in California and you've got, you know, some family and relationships in Colorado, like you mentioned, something to consider, man. Like, I know, let me make one thing clear. It is not like the right call just for everyone to up and leave and move where they're from, right? That is not the answer for everybody, hands down. But for some people, you know, if you don't have, if you're not really locked into where you're at, family, friends, job, and even if you do have some of those things, sometimes, depending on the variables, again, everyone's situation is different. Sometimes changing location really can open up a lot of new opportunities for you. In one sense, could open up some new job opportunities if you're willing to explore. Could open up new relational opportunities if you're willing to explore living somewhere else. But it could also just, it could make a change on your cost of living. And there's a lot of people that I talk to, and again, moving is not the answer for everybody. I'm just going to repeat that about 100,000 times. But there's, you know, I've spoken with a lot of people who, you know, for example, I'm gonna give a very specific type of example where it's like they're struggling financially. Because they live in a high cost of living area. They don't really have any family near them. They've got a really great job that either could be remote or easily transferable. And they're very unhappy with their current situation. They feel like they don't have any close relationships. They have no family local to them. So there's really nothing tying to them. And it would be a great choice for them to move somewhere else financially or even relationally. But the biggest reason that they don't do it is just fear. Or they're like, we're used to where we're at. And normally in those scenarios, in just all of life, normally what keeps you from exploring or experience more for your life is what you already have. Normally for a lot of people, what will keep people from experiencing something more in their life is their attachment to what they already have. And again, moving is not the answer for everybody, not even close. But for some people, sometimes in life, like you need to be willing to let go of what you have in order to experience like what's next. But it's scary. It's scary. And again, I'm not advocating for people making unwise and, you know, bad decisions that they really didn't take the time to think through. But what I am saying, on one extreme, sometimes we just avoid anything different just because it's different. And that's the only reason. Well, why wouldn't you make this choice? Because it's different than what I'm used to. That isn't a good reason to stay where you're at. Well, why would you stay here? Because I've always been here. That isn't a good reason really to do anything in life. I'm going to keep doing this because I've always done it. That normally holds people back. Again, doesn't mean people should sell their houses and move. But just the principle of staying stuck where you're at and not liking it and only staying in that season of life for the only reason is because where you've always been, normally will really hold you back in life, like hardcore. Comfort is normally the killer of growth. But when you're willing to step outside of your comfort zone in the right way, in a way that makes sense, that's right for you and your family, it opens up literally just a whole new world. Just a whole new world. Yeah, Bear, absolutely. Fear is the mind killer. I mean, unaliver. Absolutely. Absolutely. And there's so much of life. So much of life to explore and experience and take risks and fail and try again, you know? But I understand, like, you know, especially when you got kids and stuff, like the risk of failure is, you know, matters more. Like, you can't just be trying stuff and see if it works when you got mouths to feed. It's a whole different ballgame. But the world is just so vast, you know what I mean? So much to experience. Yeah, try wearing a bandana to see what every now and then. See what happens, you know what I mean? See what happens, dude. But you know, we only got one life. We got one life, man. I don't want to be on my unalive bed way later in life and just have a ton of regrets and wondering what if. You can't always do everything, but I also don't want to do nothing. And sometimes, at least most people I've spoken with, live in the extreme of, well, if I can't do everything, then I guess I'll just do nothing. But if you can, man, take a risk, take an experience, because when life is over, those experiences, like, they're the only things, like time with your family, the things you did in life. I heard a quote one time. I have a thing that I do. I study a lot of really successful businessmen that are old and like they're not really working anymore. They're just living off of their wealth they built. And almost every single one of them say something along the lines of, you know, the question, if you go back and do it all again, like what would you tell 25-year-old you? You know, and almost all of them are like, time is so limited. Like, live it. Take some risks, make some experiences, be with your family. And the quote that I think hits me the deepest, especially with the idea of like, you know, talking about like maybe having kids like we're talking about here, is that nobody will care how much you worked except your wife and kids. Like at the end of your life, no matter how many people worked for you or how much money you made or yada yada, like nobody will care how much you worked except your wife and kids. But like in a negative way. Sometimes it's just too much. It's just too much. But all of life's not that black and white, right? Easier said than done. Easier said than done. For real. Take the other end of the concept. Progress for the sake of progress ought to be prohibited. Sorry, Hattie Par binge with the family this past weekend. Is progress and change just for the sake of change really a good reason? Yeah, I mean, changing things just for the sake of changing them, yeah, that's not really great either, right? You just always, in everything in life, you just gotta analyze like your motives. Like why are we doing this? Like why are we changing this? Like there is an element of like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Nova, what's up, Toe Man? Good to see you, bro. Like there is an element of like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But then there is also another element of like, it's also okay to question, like just because something isn't broken doesn't mean it's working the best that it could be. And that's also hard too, right? Because like, especially for me as a Christian, like the Bible talks a lot about learning to be content. So here is, I think, the dichotomy and the tension of what I also face from time to time is like, it's okay to strive for more or what's best, but also learn to be content with what you have. So for me, I live in one extreme where like most people, like look, there's in this conversation, right? In this conversation, oh, this dude is destroying my face, bro. There is oftentimes two different types of people. There's people who are always striving for something more or something different. And then there are the people who oftentimes are just comfortable. Let's just stay where we're at because we're used to it. We're like, we know this is like, let's just stay here. I find myself in the other extreme of, hey, let's change it up, right? Let's do something different. And that's not always good. It can sound noble and ambitious and, oh, look at it, he's so brave. Yeah, but sometimes like, bro, like if it's like, just leave, like calm down. Just relax, bro. Okay, just go sit on the couch or something. Like, just calm down. It's not always good because sometimes, like you're saying, like sometimes you can want to change things just for the sake of changing them. That's not good either. Like, what's the motive? So like the tension. By the way, I'm gonna get on my treadmill because it was just redeemed. Coach, appreciate you, bro. 30 minutes on the other thing. So like the tension is to find a place where you're not just accepting things for the way they are, because they don't always have to be that way. Like, and I talked about this in one of my recent podcast episodes, but like, so much of our lives is actually within our control. Not everything in life is within your control. But again, oftentimes we live in extremes where we either try to control everything or we just let life happen to us no matter what. Like, we take no control of anything. And when you live in either one of those extremes, you're normally going to find yourself in an unhealthy, unhappy place. So the tension is like, it's okay to like, man, let's push for more. Let's do something great. Let's just do something different. Let's have a vision for our life and for our family. And like, let's go after it. Like, that's great. But it's also okay and important for you to be like, man, let's just be content with what we have. And again, I'm not talking like, let's get more money, but like, just, is there, like, could there be something different? Sometimes it's not more, but just something different. If we made some tweaks in our life, would we be happier, more healthier, more fulfilled? Like, sometimes it's just about tweaking a few things, not even making a massive change. But then it is hard. And I'll be honest, I struggle with, at what point does change and pursuing different and more, at what point are you actually just secretly not able to be content with what you have? But then on the other extreme, at what point are you using being content as an excuse for really just being afraid? Like, and that one hits deep. At what point are you masking your fear with, oh, I'm just content with what I have? But actually, somewhere deep, deep down, you want more or something different. You're just too afraid to do the things required to make it happen. And that's a tough balance, depending on which extreme you're in, because they're both bad. Both of those things are not bad. Being afraid and never pursuing something different and new with your life because you're afraid, bad. But then always pursuing something new with your life because you don't know how to just relax and be content with what you already have, also bad. So we just out here trying to figure it out, man. we just out here. For me, where I land, and it's a hard thing to figure out, that helps me at times know the difference, is if I'm pursuing something new or different, and it's hard to figure out, but I have to ask myself, is this thing that I'm trying to pursue, tweak, or change, is this something that I feel is being motivated by God? Or is it actually being motivated by just me and my desires? Because oftentimes, if it is just me being antsy and be like, yo, let's do something, let's change it up, let's tweak it up, you know what I mean? If it's just coming from me, at least in my experience knowing myself, oftentimes it comes from either a lack of contentment, or if I'm being honest, this is me personally, boredom. Like, I get bored easy, and I'm looking for like a new thing, you know what I mean? And that's not always, it's not good. But like, at the times where it's like God is, he's shifting you, he's drawing you, like, hey, I've got something more or something different for you, like, let's pursue it, then that's good. But being able to tell that difference and discern that difference, like, it's hard. It's hard, man, for sure. Hoagie's, dang, I think I'm afraid. I think all of us are at least a little bit afraid of something, bro. We all are, man. None of us are immune to fears. We all just got stuff we're working on, man. Like, put a 6 in chat if you're just don't have all of life all together and you just out here trying to figure it out. Like, I'm put a 6 in chat, dude. So I'm just like, what are we even doing? You know what I mean, dude? Like, what are we even doing, bro? Like, let me be honest with you, okay? I actually just said this to my staff the other day. After being alive for tomorrow, which will be 34 years, after being a streamer for more than 10 years, And after being a pastor of an online church for gamers for 9 years and being a husband for 11 years, in all of those things, I feel like I'm still in beta. In all of those areas. Where in all of those things, like I wake up some mornings and I'm like, yo, I really actually have no idea what I'm doing. Like I'm literally a living beta. Not a beta male, but just like, I'm just out here in beta being like, bro, I actually don't know what the heck I'm doing. And we just out here like beta testing and like, please somebody send in a bug report so I can know what to fix. You know what I mean? Like in all of it. Like I feel like I'm a beta husband, beta pastor, beta streamer, just like early access, you know what I mean? Like crazy. You know those games that come out that like they charged you for like to play early access, but the game's like not done yet, but they still charge you money for it, and you're kind of bored of like, I can't believe like they charged for this. It's like how I feel about my life, you know what I mean? Like, bro, like I'm like, bro, I'm out here just like no idea what's happening, but we out here. Crazy, man. Lyrica, real maturity comes from realizing that all adults are kids with responsibilities. Bro, you're not wrong, dude. You're not wrong. Novo, 99% of people shall feel this way. Yeah, bro, I'm in here just like trying to figure it out. But especially because like so much of what I do like hasn't been really done before. Like as humbling as it is to say, like I started the world's first church for gamers. So like literally we actually are the beta testers. Like I would have loved for someone to do what I do before I did it and then wrote a book like how to do online church for gamers for dummies. And like, bro, give me the strats, dude. You figure it out and then just tell me what you learned. And then like how to be a pastor online, how to be a Christian Twitch, like that streams on Twitch. Like these are all things that had never been done before. I was the first pastor in the world to ever be partnered on Twitch. I'm like, at some point I'm like, God, why don't you like, you know what I mean? I'm thankful to be chosen, but like, how many firsts you gonna give me, bro? Cause I'm out here struggling, dude. I'm really not trying to add to like my accolades list. I'm actually just trying to like know what the heck I'm doing. You know? Like I'm just trying to figure it out over here. But then he's like, yo, I'm with you. Like, you don't know what you're doing, but like, I do. And I'm with you. I'm like, dang, bro. Maybe I don't need to know what I'm doing so that I can rely on the one who does. Maybe the best place you can actually be is actually in a place where you actually don't know what you're doing. Because then if you do know what you're doing, you rely on yourself. And you'd be like, God, I don't really need you. I got this figured out. So at some point I've had to just realize like not knowing what I'm doing is actually a blessing. It's actually a blessing. Coach, I made a post on TikTok yesterday asking for people to like, comment, and share so I can afford to take my family. Oh, you did that thing? Bro, try it. See what happens, dude. Yeah, people are doing like this whole, you know, I'm making a video so that people can watch it and like me pay off my debt. Dude, full send it, bro. Can't promise you it'll work, but like, don't know till you try. You know what I mean, dude? You just don't know till you try, bro. You know what I mean? Yeah, Barry, just ask yourself, like, am I doing this right? Like, just all of us out here, we just trying to figure it out, man. Like, if you've ever just wondered to yourself, like, am I even the right person for this? Like, should I even do this? Like, there is a chance, like, you just might be on the right track. Now that, please hear me, I'm not saying like that is the true definition of success. If you don't know what you're doing, that is the best place to be. Well, no, sometimes you should probably learn. At least learn something. So take that with a grain of salt. But I think everyone who's ever done anything in life, raised children, been a spouse, started a business, like anything, they've thought to themselves like, I have no idea what the heck I'm doing. I'm just giving it my best. Like I'm just giving it my best. And I think that's all God wants from us. Just like give it your best. Trust me and give it your best. Like it's okay to not have it all figured out. Yeah, Nova, imagine having a life where we do know what we're doing. I don't know what that's like. I have no idea what that's like. Not even a little bit, dude. Not even a little bit, bro. Especially in the world of live streaming for me. And I think anyone can relate to this if you work in an industry that is like rapidly, fastly changing, where you feel like you don't know what you're doing. And then you start learning, put in some time to practice, and you reach a point where you're like, man, I feel like I'm finally beginning to get a handle on this thing. But then your whole industry changes so drastically that you're like, okay, well, I figured out how to do that thing, but now that thing doesn't matter anymore. Now everything's different, and I got to figure out how to do this new thing, but I don't know how to do this. So now here we are, back to square one. I finally felt like I was getting pro. Now here we are, back to amateur hour. And just always changing. And that's not exclusive to like gaming or industry or content. There's a lot of industries like that. But finally feel like you get to know what you're doing, and then all of a sudden it all changes again. All changes. Just gotta roll with the punches, man. Give yourself grace. You're a human. Like, the more that we understand, like, we are all just forever in the position of student. Like, you're just always a student. Like, and even when you become quote unquote an expert, you're still a student. One, because no one actually knows everything about anything. And even if you are currently an expert about something, the world is changing. So if you don't continue to be a student, you will fall behind and will no longer be an expert. Like an expert pretty much in any field 30 years ago, it's not an expert today because there's just too much new, too many changes. So you're always a student. So just embrace that. You will have never arrived. Like, that's what I like about WoW Classic versus retail, even though I love both. But retail is really more about the destination, the end game. Let's just get to max level and do those things. But Classic's really more about the journey. Just enjoy the journey along the way. And the reality is, like, that's life. Life isn't about the destination. It's really about the journey and embracing that journey and enjoying that journey. Like, you will forever be a work in progress. You will forever be a student, and you will never have everything fully figured out. And that's actually okay. Like, yo, Barry, God bless you, my friend. We'll see you soon. Like, that's actually okay. And give yourself some grace for it. And I need to give myself some grace for it. But we out here just students. Students. Phoenix, I read every quest. Makes me value my character more. You and I are not the same. You and I are not the same. We watched we watched not the newest Jurassic Park. We're going to see that on Thursday. But Sunday we watched Jurassic World 3. The most recent one before the one came out in theaters. And there's this scene where the like computer analytics guy is sorry, I'm just better than you. The computer analytics guy is on the plane, like super afraid to fly, and he's talking to Chris Pratt, and he asks, I don't know, something is like, have you ever been in like a sketchy airplane like this? And then Chris Pratt is like, I one time I rode my motorcycle with a pack of raptors. And the guy's response literally is, you and I are not compatible. So that's what I thought when I read your comment. Like, I read every word of every request. You and I are not compatible. You and I are not the same. We are not the same. Oh, man. LOL, dude. Keck W. McBeth, give myself grace so I can go eat sushi for lunch today. Hey, bro, if it's in the budget and you can afford it, go for it, dude. Because that's, and just to bring up another topic, this is, again, humans oftentimes live in extremes. We live in extremes, right? And sometimes we either do nothing to change our lives, or we live in this, like, not even we do nothing to change our lives, but more relevant to the conversation we're having now, we live in this space where we put too much pressure on ourselves to where it's almost like unrealistic expectations. But then we sometimes do the other extreme. And in fact, I'm not saying you're doing this, but just for the sake of conversation, some people do this, because some people actually do this. They go the other extreme, and rather than putting too much pressure on themselves, they put almost none at all, and it ends up turning into like this entitlement victim, like I deserve everything reward, where it's like life is even just a little bit hard, so therefore, like, this is what you see on TikTok all the time, right? Life is just a little bit hard, so like I deserve some sort of reward, and I'm gonna go out and treat myself to a thing like I can't really afford, because now that I did a little bit of a hard thing, I should have this thingamajiggy. And you see that on TikTok a lot, bro. Yeah, I did say doo-doo. And you see that a lot on TikTok. And that's how people stay stuck. Because sometimes to get out of your situation, you need to stop giving yourself the reward that you think you deserve for just doing basic humanity. Sometimes you're like, dude, I haven't earned this reward yet. And if I keep giving myself it, I'm gonna stay stuck. I'm gonna stay stuck here. But it's hard, man. Sometimes, bro, like after a long day, dude, you're like, I'm tired, I don't want to cook. Let's just order some DoorDash. And it's like, but that's a bad idea. Like, if you don't have the money, it's a bad idea. Doesn't matter how you feel. Math is math. And no matter how bad you want it, if it's not on the budget, it's not on the budget. Sometimes I just feel like, but why? I just want to lay on the couch. Oh, why is math a thing, dude? You know what I mean? Why is math a thing? Why can't it just not be a thing? You know what I mean? Why can't it just not be a thing? Yeah, we meal plan every Sunday as well. But even sometimes when you plan it, then you just don't feel like actually doing it. You know what I mean? So like, that's what sometimes I even think about, like, yeah, maybe on top of meal planning, maybe we need to like meal prep where we actually like make the food in advance. You know what I mean? Math exists to prove we need each other. Kind of like that, actually. Oh, I didn't mean to roll. I almost fell off the clip. Thankfully, we're good and we're alive. Praise God. Praise God. Couch John, that's my struggle. Every check, I reward myself with an In-N-Out meal. Yeah. And again, nothing wrong with like rewarding ourselves, but there's a phrase that I forget who says it, but it cuts deep when I hear it, because I also just want to reward myself. Like, I want to work so hard. But the principle is delayed gratification. Delayed gratification. Like, we're only human, so we can only go so long denying like something good, right? What up, Nit? Welcome on TikTok. God bless you. Good to see you. But like, if we're always rewarding ourselves and we're in a financial place where like really kind of can't afford to, you're really just kind of screwing yourself in the long term. But the delayed gratification is like this is what I watched my parents do. My parents, throughout my whole life, they said a lot of little no's to themselves. In the example of, if you haven't heard me tell the story, my parents never had great jobs, never made a lot of money. But growing up, basically, I thought we were, I was a child, so I don't understand life, right? I thought we were broke. Like, we lived in a middle class home. We never drove fancy cars. We never wore fancy like clothes or whatever. We just classic middle class life. Now, granted, middle class then was different than middle class today, right? My parents always worked full time, like my whole life. Not really great jobs, not even really jobs that like they liked, but just they paid the bills. And you know, we would see my friends wearing like the newest Nikes for school every year and the new clothes, and like after church on Sundays, you know, all the other parents and their families were going out to dinner and lunch and inviting our parents and yada yada yada, you know. And most of the time, not every time, but most of the time, we didn't go. I wasn't wearing the newest Nikes. I had shoes, I had clothes, everything I actually needed. Thank God we always had. But I didn't have a lot of the cool stuff my friends had. We didn't go out to lunch, and I remember as a kid hearing my parents' friends, "Come on!" My dad's name is Elias. Don't be so cheap. Come on out, brother. And my parents would say little no's throughout their life. Little no's throughout their life. Working hard, just normal middle class jobs, never made a ton of money. And throughout their lives, delayed gratification. Like, did my parents want to buy their kids the newest shoes? I'm sure they did. Did my parents want to go out to lunch and dinner with their friends at the church? And, you know, do you think they liked all their friends, like, thinking like, "Oh, you're so cheap, you never come out with us, blah, blah." I'm sure they didn't like that. But throughout their lives, they said a bunch of little no's. And then my mom at 52 years old got to retire. Again, they never made tons of money. They just saved like monsters. At 52 years old, my parents got to sell their fully paid off house, move to Florida on and this is another foreign concept, move into the other house they owned that my entire life they used as a rental property. Because here's the deal. When I was younger, I didn't know that my parents, actually, we could have afforded a nicer house than we have, but we didn't have a nicer house. So they could, for years, save up for that rental property that they finally saved up enough money for the down payment for, got it. And then for like 15 years of my life, every month was just helping them bring in a little bit more income. And then by the time my mom was 52 years old, they not only paid off their house, but almost entirely paid off that one. And now, now my mom is 55, 56. And her and my dad live in Florida, fully retired, and they don't depend on the government. And like, even when I say this, people are like, "Oh, your parents must be rich." Dude, my parents like never made a lot of money. They just were so frugal. I thought we were broke. I had everything I needed. Like, I turned out fine. And now, all of my parents' friends who said yes to themselves all the time. "Yeah, I want to get my kid the new shoes. Yeah, I want to get that cup of coffee out instead of making it at home. Yeah, we're going to go out to lunch at the church." They said yes their whole lives. Now, they're in their 60s and up, and they have to say no to retirement because they said yes to everything else in life. They have to say no to retirement. My parents said no to everything else. Not everything, but mostly. And again, we had a good life. We had a good life, but it wasn't like a fancy life. So they said no to so many things for our whole lives, but now they say yes to the really big thing that matters. Like, now they're traveling and visiting places in part of the world and not relying on anybody for money. Don't have to work. My mom retired at 52. 52. 52. Now, my dad is 13 years older than my mom. That's very common in like Brazilian Portuguese culture. So my dad was 65. My mom was 52. All their friends are still working their faces off, broke. And my parents are got their feet up at the beach, dude. And no, like, they're not rich today, but they have a simple life in a simple home that's paid off and do what they want when they want. Now, they don't eat out. My mom and dad still make their own food every day. But once a week, they go out to dinner, and that's in their budget. So they're not living at large now. They're just living like normal people, but not having to rely on anyone for anything, and they do what they want to do when they want to do it. But they lived their lives delayed gratification. Delayed. Sheesh. Delayed gratification. I could have this thing, but I'm not going to let myself have it, because if I let myself have this thing now, I won't be able to have that other thing later. Sheesh, bro. They're different, bro. They're different. They are different, dude. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Yeah, my parents they're different, bro. They're like from a different universe. Bom dia! Bro, Henga, you Brazilian? Como é que tá, meu amigo? Tudo bem? Hey, look at this, man. Oh, I love when I see some other Brazilians in chat. Come on, somebody. Let's go. Yeah, and like people can't even fathom a world where you can ever achieve that without having been rich. Now, I will admit my parents lived in an economy that is very different than today. So that is a very different experience. However, people just think like, man, in order to achieve that dream, you have to have been a millionaire or been rich. No, you just have to be willing to deny yourself. I watched my parents do it my whole life. Now, the one gripe I tell my parents and that I do talk about, the one thing I wish my parents had done different was actually inform me and teach me why they were doing what they're doing. Because I didn't know that that's what they were doing until I was 30 years old. When my parents actually sold everything, moved to Florida, and they shared everything. Here's how much money we saved up. Here's that, like, and I got to see it all. And I was like, I thought we were poor. And like, I thought you didn't get me the new Nikes because we were broke. I didn't realize you were disciplining yourself. So I'm like, so then honestly for me, when I became an adult, I was like, I want to get everything my parents, like, we couldn't afford, you know? So then I grew up the first like 10 years of my marriage. Let's go to Starbucks and let's, because I'm like, let's enjoy the things that like we couldn't, you know what I mean? And so now when my parents sat me down and taught me all that, I was like, oh, so you're telling me that I've been living my life the opposite way of how you lived it, because you living that way, but without actually telling me why you're living that way, created in me a, like, when I'm finally on my own, I'm going to do the things you couldn't. But actually they could have been going to Starbucks and again, I like just doing things that what today we consider normal. But like, if you live that way, when you get older, you'll have nothing. And so the one thing I wish my parents had done was like taught me that as I was growing up. You know what I mean? Like sat me down and be like, hey Matt, like we just want you to know, like we can afford to get you the new shoes. We can't afford to go out to dinner with our friends. But if we keep saying yes to everything, then when we reach the end of our lives, and just walk me through, what the heck? Why am I dead? I have no idea. Walk me through. So now I'm actually having to go back and unlearn habits I started my adult life with. And so that's the one, like the one thing I wish would have been different. But you know, parents aren't perfect, bro. Parents aren't perfect, man. They're not at all, bro. Taco Susie, same. I have nothing to show for all the money I made up until I was 25. Yeah. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Yep. And I'm gonna, yeah, dude. Okay, do I need to just go through? What's the thing here? Have to go during the downtime in the wind. Okay, so I gotta wait for it to go away. Yeah, and I feel that way, dude. There was a point in my career where I made significantly more than I make now, dude. But yeah, you order DoorDash and you do the Starbucks, and then a few years later, you're like, dude, I could have saved way more than I did, but I didn't. Didn't, man. Yo, Strifin, we are on Pagel, and we're playing Alliance, and you are more than welcome to join. And if you are in the Unity Gaming Discord, make sure to go to the very, very top in channels and roles and select. Hello. Oh my goodness. Okay, we need to wait for the wind. There we go. I see it. But yeah, that's still the principle I'm really trying to discipline and teach myself. Delayed gratification. Delayed gratification. Yo, Addy77, welcome, my friend. Addy, hope you know you're loved and valued. You are an S-tier human being. God bless you. Let us know in chat what games you like to play. I'm glad you're stopping by. I mean, it's Bishop of Banana, as some might call me. Let's go. But yeah, it's hard. But yeah, I mean, Taco, you're preaching, man. Living within your means, it's like a superpower, dude. But it's hard, bro. It's hard because we all feel the pressure to keep up, you know? And that's what I just admire so much about my parents, is they never cared. They spent their whole lives like, dude, I need to get on their level, dude. I need to get on their level, bro. Like, if this is like my parents, I know I have horrible handwriting, don't judge me. And then everyone else was living this kind of lifestyle. My parents were living this lifestyle. And my parents, their whole lives, like, they just gave up on trying to keep up, right? They just accepted, like, we're not going to keep up with everyone else. It's not going to. Like, we're setting a standard for our own family. We're going to live below our means. I could afford a nicer house. I have more money in the budget. I'm just not going to spend it. And like, now, dude, they spent their whole lives not trying to keep up. Now that they're older and retired, dude, it's flopped. Like, everyone else is down here, dude. And my parents, like, now everyone else is trying to keep up with them, and they can't. It's too late. Like, you can't catch up now. You will not catch up. For those that are stuck here, like, not to sound depressing, you will be there till you die. You're stuck. It's too late now. And my parents are, sorry, I couldn't hear you over the sound of these waves. I'm at the beach. You know, like, they're different, dude. But like a life of like almost, yeah, I couldn't hear you over the sound of all this success. Sorry, I'm just winning too loudly over here. What'd you say? You know? Sometimes my dad jokes around with me, and he's like, Matt, well, you know, why don't you? Because I try to call my parents about once a week, spend like an hour and a half talking to them. And my dad's, Matt, you gotta call me more. You know, I called you the other day, you didn't answer. He calls me at like 11 a.m. right in the middle of my stream. And I'm like, Dad, I couldn't pick up, I'm working. Oh yeah, what's that like? He's such a troll. Wait, job? What's that? Oh, it's so funny, dude. He's so it's such a dad thing to do. Wait, job? What's that like? Wait, you set an alarm for what? Yeah, I did. My alarm went off at 6:30 today. Wait, why do you set an alarm? But dude, it just, and again, I don't want you to think like they never did anything fun, they never enjoyed anything, but they had a good life when they could have lived a better one. They just like 30% less of what they could afford their whole life, and now they're freaking, oh man, I need to get on their level, dude. I need to get on their level, bro. But we all feel it. The pressure to keep up, dude. The pressure to keep up, man. They just decided not to. Just decided not to. And now no one else can. No one else can keep up with them. Like, even them, like, they have friends. They're like, hey, you want to go out this Thursday? They're like, I'm at work. I'm like, dude, they're like, dude, you're 70, bro. You still work? They don't say that to them, but like, even their friends, like, they just, like, they can't do what they do, bro. And they are not rich. They just actually, like, here's a wild concept, right? They made money and just didn't spend all of it. But today's world is different because the economy is very different, but I also don't want to let that be an excuse, right? Like, oh, well, if they were raised in, like, in my lifetime, things of it, da, da, da. The principle that remains, even though, sure, housing market different than my parents were living their lives, that's very valid. But the one thing that, like, if we're just going to be honest, the principle of denying yourself, no matter what tax bracket you're in, no matter how expensive the housing market is, most people, again, there's always exceptions, but most people are not just consistently denying themselves. I could get this, have the money for it, just gonna choose not to spend it. And I'm gonna either invest it or save it, whatever it might be. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, it's the overspending. Yeah, we're so many of us are guilty of it, man. And we've grown accustomed to certain things being needs, but they're like, did you really need that brand new 2025 car? No, but you just didn't want to be seen driving the 2007 whatever that doesn't look very great and the paint job's half chipped off. Now, I'm not talking about like bad safety vehicles, because yeah, you're putting your kids in them. I'm talking about like, we just a lot of us are just trying to keep up, dude. I'm guilty of it sometimes too, bro. But no matter, like, so even though, yes, the world is more expensive and everything than when my parents were living their life, like, most of us are not practicing the same habits that they did. They're just different, bro. They're different. Different, dude. Crazy. Crazy. And that's what my mom did. Like, my mom drove a piece of crap car. Like, you should have seen my face. It didn't compute to me. Like, it didn't compute to me when my mom's driving this absolute piece of crap car. Like, it's safe. It's not going to explode on the side of the road. But, like, just piece of crap. And then my parents are, like, getting ready to retire and, like, walk me in on the decisions they've made with their life. And show me their bank account and all this money they've saved and what they sold their house for that was fully paid off. And I'm looking at these numbers and I'm looking at her car. And my brain is not computing. It's not computing. Like, what culture and society has taught me is these two things cannot exist at the same time. But them living that way is the reason they had that money. It's different, bro. Yes. I'm trying to get on their level, dude. I'm trying to get on their level, dude. Just trying to get on their level. Crazy. Yeah, and it's, yeah, dude, used cars are nuts, dude. Yeah, dude. Yeah, and misspending is different than overspending. Absolutely. Yeah. Some people are, in these days, because of the market, some people are just, they're just struggling to get by. Yeah, it's Strife, and I agree with that too. The consequence of making mistakes when you're young is a lot higher nowadays. I would agree with that. I would agree with that. Absolutely. Because the housing market over the past couple of years, again, I'm only 34, so I mean, you know, haven't really been alive for super long. But I mean, the jump in the housing market, because our pay increases, like, they didn't keep up. You know what I mean? Like, they didn't keep up. So if you weren't already a homeowner for like 5-6 years, like 7 years ago, it's tough out here, dude. Like, some of you are like, thank you, Jesus, for the mortgage that I already had, because it's tough. And that's the kind of stuff that, like, out of your control. You know what I mean? Which is not exactly what we're talking about right now. That you can't change. Like, you can't change the housing market. It's not in your control, and it's not your fault either. Crazy, bro. Crazy. Hoagies, before 2016, almost 10 years ago. No, sorry, wrong one. I heard some millionaires keep their 2005 Civics and drive them daily just to keep them humble and remember where they came from. Yeah, I remember I met a guy. He was the owner of some Christian bookstores in Massachusetts, and he came to our college, and we got a chance to meet him. And dude was like he was like a multi-deca millionaire, which deca is like 10, like multi-tens of millions of dollars. And the dude just dressed like a normal person, and he drove a Toyota. He just drove a Toyota. Now, at that point, nothing wrong if he wants to go out and buy a Ferrari. Like, it's like 0.01% of his net worth, you know what I mean? But it's like, just was like, I'm just not going to spend all of it. And again, nothing wrong with rich people buying nice things, but like, this dude's different, bro. This dude is different. Yo, I got the Hydra, bro. I see you. Kyler and Doughboy actually both had one. Come on now. Mag says, we got the 24 new Defender, not the 25. Times are hard. Mag, get out of here, dude. Oh, man. Keg W. What am I doing here? I got to get the charm. I think it's just drops off mobs here. I think so. Cal, you should have seen Sam Walton when he was alive. He owned Walmart and looked like a bum. And of course, like, you know, there could be extremes that you don't necessarily have to do either, but just, I think the universal principles are just, if everyone just does their best to live in their means, I think we'd all be a little bit better off, including me. But life's not always that black and white and simple. Like, there's, you know, there's unforeseen challenges and difficulties, but take control of what you can take control of. Live within your means. Be wise. Forget about other people's opinions. And a lot of us would probably be happier. Probably happier. Here we go. Got 2 more charms. And we all just out here being a work in progress, man. Yo, Trap Daddy. Long time no see, friend. How are you? You need to come back to old school RuneScape and show these WoW peeps how to play. Come on now. We'll teach them along the way. We'll teach them along the way. Yo, I don't know who it was. There was a WoW streamer just yesterday talking about playing RuneScape. And I forget who it was or why they were randomly going to play RuneScape. They were talking about it, and I was like, yeah, I might need to jump on this. I might need to do it. Sheesh. All right, where are these mobs at, dude? I need one of these Thorn Branch Scamp. Where you at, dude? Are you these little dudes? Oh, you are the little dudes. Let's go, man. I'm on. Oh, cause I had a family friend that was worth roughly 12 mil. Dude had ripped shoes and drove a car from the 90s and used a shoelace for a belt. Yeah, I mean, some people might argue that's the other extreme, but people get to do whatever they want with their money, dude. Whatever they want. Yeah, Trap Daddy, do you know why certain people are jumping on the RuneScape train? I saw a few people talking about it, but I couldn't figure out, like, why. Like, why are certain people talking about this? I have no idea. And I need 2 more of these bad boys. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. I think because of the solo content, that is one thing I love about RuneScape. The solo content is... Dude, I need to not unalive here. What are we talking about? I have no ranged abilities at the moment. Put one of you to sleep. Got it! Crowd control for the win, baby! Walked back into melee in between their auto attacks, put one to sleep, got back out, finished off the other. Let's go. Min-max. Strife and solo content, what's that? Like grinding professions? So the beauty of the way RuneScape is designed, Strifen, is I want you to think about typical MMORPG content, leveling professions, skills, abilities, quests, raids, dungeons. But everything in RuneScape is designed to also be able to be done solo. Pretty much all of it. The whole game can be played together, but it also can be played solo. Like that is like pretty much the purpose of the game's design. And it's sick. I really like RuneScape. And here's one cool thing. I've been following this journey loosely, but for any RuneScape 3 fans or people that have ever seen RuneScape 3, but you've been turned off by the fact that there is a lot of microtransactions, some pay to win stuff in RuneScape 3. There is a lot of like outfits that feel pretty unimmersive. They're like, yo, this doesn't belong in this universe. Like a random skin that like really seems out of place, you know? They are actually taking a hard stance about changing microtransactions and basically removing them from the game. And so the CEO has come out and said, like, I don't know if there's a new CEO. It kind of feels like there's a new guy that took over. I don't actually know. For me, someone that follows very loosely, that's what it feels like. A new CEO stepped in. Someone feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. That's what it feels like. New guy stepped in and he's like, we have to put an end to this. Because for years, RuneScape players have been complaining about like pay to win. They've been complaining about, just a really gross way of doing microtransactions. But that's how they pay for the game. And the new CEO has come out and said, like, enough is enough. We're putting an end to this. And he actually said, like, this causes us changing this financial model of how we support the game poses a great risk to the future of this game surviving. However, what also poses a great risk to the future of the game surviving is continuing to do things the way we do them, and the game is slowly at a decline. Not even like like the game is really on a decline over years. And so it's like, if we do nothing, the game dies. If we change this, we take a risk, but we know what we're doing now is going to kill the game. So if we try nothing new, we guarantee our death. And so I'm like, bro, I respect that, bro. I respect. So it seems like that's why it seems like a new guy, or it just seems like the CEO like finally opened up his eyes and like woke up, which unfortunately doesn't normally happen. Normally, like, it takes a new guy to come in and be like, whoa, this sucks. Let's change it. So I'm very interested on how that's going to go and if it'll work. Because, like, the game is just completely full of microtransactions. It's really bad. It's really, really bad. Most new, like, there's almost no new players getting into RuneScape 3 because the microtransactions. And most people play old school RuneScape. So we'll see. We'll see. Coach, will you ever do variety games streams again? Like just one day a week like you used to? Yeah, I mean, I'm totally open to that. There's a few matters as to how it would work, what it would look like. Is there intentionality behind it? Right now, I'm taking some of that approach with some ideas I'm cooking behind the scenes, but sometimes playing a variety game just for the sake of playing a variety game isn't great either. It just, there's a lot of variables that go into that. A lot of variables that go into it. What's one game, Coach, you'd like to see? You know what, everybody in chat, What is one game you would like to see me play that isn't WoW? Let me know in chat. Taco, yeah, after the old CEO gets let go with a multi-million-dollar severance package, even though they were failing at their job. Yeah, very true. Very, very true. For real. You in a Final Fantasy 14? I can Stardew Valley. You would. Casual John, Kingdom Hearts. Oh, Coach, you want to watch Dragon Wilds? I would love to revisit Dragon Wilds when that comes out. Absolutely would love that, dude. That'd be freaking sweet, man. That game is so good. Oh, Jake Raft. I've seen that. I've seen that. Taco. Oh, Magic. Okay, let's go, dude. Ox. Hello Kitty Adventure. Island Adventure. Huh. God bless you. Each his own. To each his own. You guys would love that, wouldn't you? You guys would love that, wouldn't you? Yeah, Coach, it was an early access beta. Yeah, the game's not finished. It is. There is still so much yet to be done. Whole lot yet to be done. Lots left to be done. They made an official magic skill in RuneScape. Oh, that's legit, dude. They're gonna do so much more, man. Waxen, am I actually a pastor? I am indeed a real life pastor. My wife and I have the honor and privilege to have started the world's first church for gamers. It is actually a full-blown online church for gamers. We have an experience every single Saturday at 1:30 and 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Music and worship, giveaways, and then we use video game analogies to help people understand the truth of the Bible, to know that God loves gamers just like you. And so if you at all, Waxen, are interested in exploring faith, learning about God's great love for gamers, I can lady put that link in chat. You can join our Discord, check out our website, check out our live streams. We'd love to have you. We just started a journey through the book of Matthew, and we're breaking down the entire book, which is one of the 66 books in the Bible. And we're breaking down the entire thing verse by verse, word by word. And again, going to be using video game analogies along the journey to explain it. And anyone's welcome, whether you already believe in God or you're currently right now on the fence. On the fence. And we'd love to have you. I mean that. Come be a part. I can lady last week's sermon. I can. Did you notice the views? I clicked on it last night. I was like, whoa, what's happening here? Like, let me click this right now. I clicked last night. I was like, what's happening? How many are we at now? Let me see. Come on, browser. Work for me. 95. What are we talking about here? So let me give some context, okay? Let me give some context. Our sermons on our XP Church YouTube channel, you can feel free to correct any analytics that I'm saying here. I feel like get around 40 to 60 views. So not a lot. Not a lot. Nowhere, obviously, where I'd love them to be. 40 to 60-ish, sometimes lower. Not really sometimes higher. I mean, like, sometimes higher. But not, at least, not very often. 40 to 60. This one's on track to be like the most viewed sermon ever. After only being out for like a couple days, 2 days. So I'm like, I think the Lord's cooking with the start of this new series. It is crazy. Crazy. So I don't know though. I think the Lord's cooking. I think he's cooking up something. He's cooking up something delicious. Wax, and yeah, I'd be down to check a few things out. I don't believe per se, I'll be honest. Okay, totally respect that, man. I recently started going to Sunday services, but more so for my kids, not really for myself, as they need a dad that is involved in church. I went as a kid, but never really committed to the whole thing. Man, first of all, appreciate the honesty, man. I'll tell you a little bit of my story. So I grew up in church. My dad is a pastor. And although I grew up in church, when I began my adult life, to be honest, I really wanted nothing to do with God. Not out of anger, not out of anything like that. It's just like, I don't want to do this. Like, I believed there was a God who created the universe. But I was like, committing my life to be a follower of Jesus, I don't think I want to do that. It was only a little bit later where I really on my own came to my own journey. I really did believe I believe Jesus really is like Lord of the earth. I believe he's God, and I do want to commit out of my own free will. Like, I want to commit my life to follow him. And that's going to be a journey that you experience for yourself, right? Like, that you experience for yourself. And so, like, at our church, man, XP Church, we really exist to help every gamer experience 4 things. It's like, if you were to ask, like, what does XP Church exist for this? We want to help every gamer, of course, that wants to know God, experience community, discover their purpose on the earth, and then use that purpose to make a difference. Like, that is what we want, like, in our church, like, for every single gamer. Like, that is what we want. And we have real practical steps in place where we want to help people do those things. And those things, like, they have been strategically put in a specific order. And because we believe, like, the most important is, like, people on their own, they need to know God. And know God is more than just like, hey, come get some information. Like, the beauty of when we talk about the Bible, Waxen, is the whole point is not just to know what the book says. Like, if you read the Bible for the sole purpose of getting to know what the book says, you've actually missed the whole point, right? Like, don't read the Bible just so you can know what the book says. Read the Bible so you can get to know the author. Wildly different. Like, this isn't just a book of information so that I can know what it says and then flex my spiritual muscles so that I can be like, yeah, I know what that verse says. I even know what it means. And that's great. That's not the point. The point isn't just so you can memorize a few verses and have some knowledge. The purpose is so you can know and be with God. And that's, Waxen, the journey that I believe God wants to take you and all people on. By the way, I appreciate that follow. Like, that's the journey God wants to take you on. Like, having you encounter him in a real deep way, in a real relationship, to where you know God, you know that you're loved by God, and you're experiencing real deep relationship with him. And it matters, man. It matters a ton. So you might be here, and I see your comment in chat. You can relate kind of the same. I do believe in a higher power, but to commit myself to something I myself can prove through me, I can't prove, threw me off. I go, I pay attention, welcome it, but I don't go for myself. If that makes sense. And here's what we would love to do, bro. Here's what we would love to do. I'm gonna put a link in chat. If you have specific questions, bro, that you've been wrestling with, like you said, like, I can't prove to myself, some just like questions, you're like, man, I'm open to this whole thing, but I got some questions that I'm wrestling with and that are maybe making it difficult for me to know what I believe. We actually have a link right there in our chat where anyone who's on a journey like you are, they're like, hey man, I want to really be able to ask some questions, talk some things through. I just don't really have a place to do that. I'll tell you, our church is a bunch of gamers just like you, and we have what's called the Bible Talk team. And that team is a group of leaders, pastors, community members who really have a heart and understanding of some great questions about the Bible. Who would they just love to help. They would just love to help answer some questions. And again, maybe you're like, dude, I don't know if I want to ask a question in front of 72 people in a live stream chat while the dude's dressed in a banana suit. You know what I'm saying? Totally get it. But if you're like, man, I would love to just be able to ask like a question and like get an answer. Like, dude, we're here to help, man. And just know, like, we're here to walk alongside that journey with you. And let me be very clear too, Waxen, like, especially you're in a unique situation. Like, you're a dad, you got some young kids. And I do actually think that it's probably healthier for you to go to, I would say definitely. I think it's definitely healthier for you to go to church with your family and your children, where you're doing now. But if our church can help pray with you, talk with you, answer some questions, that really helps you like begin your own journey of following Jesus, and then you never come back and just go to your own local church with your kids and family, dude, 10 out of 10. I think that's a win. let me make one thing clear. I'm gonna restate my church's mission statement. Help every gamer know God, experience community, discover their purpose, and make a difference. Nowhere in that mission statement did it say, make sure every gamer comes to XP Church. It's just not in there. It's not in there. So sure, do I love when people come be a part of our church, give, serve, volunteer, join the family? Absolutely. But I also understand that for some people, like our church is a stepping stone. It's a place where you're gonna be like, hey man, I don't really know who God is. I got some questions and I don't really know another place where I can like talk and get an answer. And like, is it cool if I come here and just like get an answer, talk with someone, make a decision to follow Jesus, but then I decide like God might be calling me somewhere else? Dude, we've just committed to helping every gamer hear about the love of Jesus. If that means staying in a part of our church, 10 out of 10. If that means God is calling you somewhere else, 10 out of 10. Like, what we can't do as a church is take care of every Christian gamer in the world. So if people are already a Christian and they already have a local church and they already have access to be cared for and loved, then our encouragement is obviously to use those resources that are already available to them. But if for whatever reason there's a gamer who's not a Christian, they're on a journey, they're exploring, then like we're just gonna do whatever we can to help them. Like just that simple. Tiger pounce, I dodge, I go back in, I die. Feels bad, dude. Feels bad, bro. Dude, I'm kind of getting destroyed here. Do I have better gear to put on? I think that might be the case. That is the case. I'm like, why am I getting destroyed, dude? Why am I getting destroyed, bro? So Axon, just know you're always welcome. Come ask questions, come explore. Even if it's just, you know, like, hey, for the first little while, I'm just gonna lurk in the background on Saturdays. I'm gonna check out the church podcast. I'm gonna, you know, I'm just gonna explore, dude. 100%. Do what you gotta do, man. But just know, like, we're a safe place for you to explore that. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Now, do you also play World of Warcraft? That's a separate question. Because if you do, bro, I got a place for you, man. Come on now. Oh, 1,000% a WoW player now. Wax. Let me tell you this. Now, I lead two separate things, right? One is the full-blown church for gamers. Started that about 9 years ago. Then about 2 years ago, I started, really what started out as like just my stream community, right? Because there is the church and then there's just my stream. And in some ways they're connected, in some ways they're separate. And started a community called the Unity Gaming, on a mission to bring an end to toxicity and loneliness in the gaming community. And right now we have a Discord of over 2,500 people. And we have a community in World of Warcraft retail. And yesterday we just announced full-blown launching into WoW Classic Mists of Pandaria. And if you are at all interested and looking for a guild of people that we have multiple raid teams, monthly transmog competitions with cash prizes, just a place where people can enjoy life and gaming together, like a place full of WoW players who are adults, who actually act like adults. Like, we would actually like love to give you a place to belong, bro. So if you're 1,000% a WoW player, like, for sure, like, you're on a journey of who Jesus is, and that's yours to decide on where you land. But just know, like, regardless of where you land, like, dude, get on the Unity Gaming Discord. Like, we have tons of people in there who don't believe in God. Some of them do. But here's what I really believe, and here's what I teach. Unity is not about agreeing. Unity is about learning to love and respect one another, even when we don't agree. So can we still be a gaming community that treats each other with respect, that like shows kindness to one another, and at the end of the day, even if we don't agree about who God is, like, can we still do a Mythic plus dungeon together? The answer is yes, bro. Or at least it should be. So get plugged in, man. Get plugged in. So again, XP Church is the church side of things. They are two separate things. I just happen to lead both of them. But the Unity Gaming, just on the gaming side, bro. Oh yeah, wax it. Let's go, dude. My man's like, dude, if we introduce the 15s, we might need a little bit of faith, brother. Oh, Keg W, bro. I love that, dude. Wax, it's good to have you, man. I know you're at work right now, but if you just want to lurk in the background while hanging out and chilling, more than welcome, dude. Lurking, good to see you, friend. I'm glad there's always a safe place to talk about things, especially those exploring their personal relationship with Jesus. Absolutely, man. People just need a safe place, man. People need a safe place to explore. But here's what people also need: a safe place. People need a safe place to disagree, and not feel shamed because of it. That's important. Oh, bro, I need to get the heck out of here, bro. Sly guy, I'm about to skill issue it up, dude, and just start throwing. Hey, whoa. I need you to relax, tigers. So I need bamboo, and I don't need all this pressure. Okay. I don't need all this pressure from you. I got 7% health. Yo, do I risk it? Oh! I'll throw up. Gonna actually throw up, dude. I feel like we need an unalive counter on screen. Ooh, dude, you're a one-trick pony lock, dude. You know, up until like a few months ago, I was, well, maybe like a year ago, I was a one-trick pony paladin, dude. Bro, I am getting farmed. Feels bad. I was a one-trick pony paladin, dude. But now I've spread my avenging wrath wings, and we're out here, dude. Dude. Well, dude, you'll never. So yeah, he's like fitting pally passer. Imagine. Well, but you'll never guess the newest class I recently started playing. You'll never guess, bro. Like you'll literally never guess, dude. It'll blow your mind. Absolutely blow your mind, dude. I'll literally never guess it. Yeah, it's priest. Yeah, it's priest. But let me tell you the classes I really love, okay? I play all the tanks. I just don't really like Demon Hunter, but not because of Demon Hunter. I don't know the play style. I don't know. I think they look sick, but the play style, I don't know. It just doesn't grab me. It doesn't grab me. Love DKs, love paladins, love monks, love evokers, love druids, love shamans. Rogue I really only like for PvP. I'm not a big PvE rogue guy. Those are probably my favorites. I do have all the classes, and I have 11 out of 13 at max level. But my favorite's Paladin by far. It's not even close. No other class comes close. But then Shaman, Druid, and Priest I think are my other favorites. Then I'm really falling in love with Monk. I'm also falling in love with I think that's it. Like, what other classmates? I already named them all. Named them. Dang. Let's go. Dodge, good to see you, brother. Hopefully doing well, man. Dude, having to go to Warlock, dude, anytime you bring the cookies, I'm all over it, dude. Like, anytime you bring some cookies, I am all over it, dude. Hands down, bro. Hands down. Wait, did I get a mount? Are you saying that I have a mount? I know you can't ride a mount in combat. Oh, I see the sparkly stuff, dude. You're right. Excuse me. I'm gonna need all these things to relax. I gotta reset here. And you're right, I didn't see the sparklies. I see them now, though. I see them now. Yo, you fight that dude so I can loot this. Fight him so I can loot it. Hog, dude. Oh, snap, bro. Purple literally everywhere. My goodness gracious. Sheesh. Coach, that should have been a dono goal. Level 100 to 80. Yeah, it is a future sub goal. My hunter is not max. My hunter is not max, and he will stay not max for a period of time. That's all I'll say. And put you to sleep. No. Attack the other panda. Haha! Did it, bruh. And I do have to actually destroy some of those, right? Nice, got one over here. What kind of goal? I'll let you know once I fully lock that in. Once I full lock that in, I'll let you know. And there is a chance I'll even like it. There is actually maybe a chance I actually will like Hunter. We'll see. I won't know till we try. Hasbro was like, yo, what kind of goal? What kind of goal we talking about here, dude? I gotta spread my goals out every month. I gotta spread them out. Do I have heirloom gear? On retail, yes, not in classic. Is there even retail gear yet in classic? I'm not sure. I forget when classic, when retail gear even came out. Not retail, heirloom gear. I forget. So Waxen, you only have two 80s, and you have two locks, and then you have a druid, priest, and invoker, but they're not 80. Let's go. If you were to max out another character, what are you thinking it would be, Waxen? What would it be? And I only have one of each. One of each. Oh, okay, so they're all 80, you just don't play them all. Gotcha. Now, please, help me understand, friends. Like Pal is saying in chat, I'm leveling my second hunter to max right now. So, genuine question. Help me genuinely understand. Why do people play more than one of the same class? Like, genuine question. Because I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Especially in retail. I don't. Okay, so doing it for splits, okay, that makes sense. Doing it for raid splits, I can actually see that making sense. Oh, and PAL, same reason. But I see some people who don't like do raiding for splits, and they have like 5 of the same class. And I don't really understand it. I mean, you know, play the game the way you want to play it. Yeah, maybe you are just bored. That's totally cool. That's totally cool. Strifen, you do it because you want one to be an orc, a dwarf, night elf, droid knight. Hey, that's cool. If you just like the immersion of seeing different classes, totally get it. That makes sense to me. I wouldn't do that myself, but I get it. That is actually a reason. Actually a reason. Couch John, I do it for spec difference. One of my D8 is a tank and one is DPS. So break that down further for me, because you could do all of that on one character, right? You could just get the gear, change the talents, again, on retail, without having to spend money and stuff. And dude, it keeps telling me I have new abilities, but it's not. Oh, it's because I have to choose a talent. That's why. Okay. So now that I've chosen a talent, yeah, I've got Fist of Fury. I think that's it. Fist of Fury is dope, though. Okay, some people like leveling. That's totally cool, too. That's totally cool, too. Oh, and one of them is Horde. One of them is his Alliance Casual Dawn. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I knew someone one time that had leveled 3 of the same class, but it had all 3 specs so that he could get 3k IO on all 3 specs independent of one another. And I was like, okay, I could see that, because then like if you get 3k on the tank and then you just like do the same key levels but as a healer to the point where you would have also got 3k, you know, I can see like it's not the same as like I wasn't 3k and then I hit the moment where like I became 3k and like it was a nice experience. John, his name is Yuki. He's in our Unity community, and he does sometimes he plays D&D. Yeah, but I was like, I can understand that, because like doing all 3k on the same tune, like, did you technically earn 3k? Absolutely, but you didn't get the experience of like I wasn't 3k and then like I hit the threshold and the achievement popped up, and I was like, I could see that. I wouldn't do it, but I could see it. Like, I can see that making sense. Some people just love it, man. Oh, bro, Fist of Fury. It's actually dope, bro. I don't know, bro. I might be doing the monk, dude. I might be straight up doing the monk ski here. And MoP, bro. Might actually be doing it. Especially with a simplified like gameplay that is classic. Playing all 3 specs, I think would be super doable for me. You know what I mean? Dun, dun. Fly Guy, multiple chances the same class can be used for more chances this week at farming transmog. Well, that is true. That is true. Well, actually, that doesn't really matter these days, except for some really specific cases, because now you can actually get other gear on any tune. So for example, my Paladin, if there's some really cool cloth gear I want, I can now actually go into an old raid and farm that actually on my Paladin. And it'll drop, and I'll get the appearance that I can use on my mage or my priest or my warlock, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Dun, 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 dun. Coach, Yuki has been our war chief for too long. I need to get the Makarawa scheduled so we can dethrone him. Yeah, dude, he's a gamer, bro. Yuki he's a gamer. Sly Guy, I think it was in the War Within. I think it's actually this expansion that came out. And it's really useful, bro. It's really useful, for real. Yeah, and then of course you also get more chances at like your weekly vault, which is another reason why like the Race to World First Raiders, they play multiple characters. And just whichever character you get the luckiest on, that character becomes your main. Yeah, Sly Guy. Yeah, dude, there's a lot of things that Blizzard's been cooking over the past couple years that are really taking the game in like a really positive direction, bro. And a lot of people are like, man, I wish that was out when I played. And I'm like, might be time to check it out again, dude. Might be time to check it out. All right, give me a second. I am going to get off this walking pad. It has been way longer than 30 minutes, but that's cool. 4 calories burnt. But my feet are beginning to hurt. I don't have shoes on. It's also time to say goodbye to the Bishop Banana. Come on. Sly Guy, I do have a few months before anything new comes out in 14. Maybe a month of WoW could be in order. Dude, well, I'll tell you, August 12th, the new season for War Within comes out, dude. The patch comes out August 5th, and then August 12th, the new season comes out. And I gotta tell you, bro, the raid they're cooking up, dude, it might be one of their best raids in a very long time, from both an aesthetics and a mechanic standpoint. Like, it looks incredible, bro. I cannot wait to play it. I cannot wait to play it. By the way, guys, I'm going to give you guys more info, but when the new season launches, not on week 1 because they decided to launch it the same week that I'll be traveling to the Indiana meetup, but in the new season, probably for about the first 8 weeks of the patch, I will actually be doing a weekly community Saturday raid. So I'll be raid leading it, and it's meant to be more of a casual, laid back environment. So we'll probably only be doing normal, maybe a little bit later step into the first few bosses of heroic, but this will be intended for people who just are not already on a raid team. So there are people who are like, hey man, I don't have the schedule to commit to a raid team, but I would love to step in the new raid, get the experience, get some loot. It'll just be need greed, not gonna be anything super sweaty. We're not doing loot council, just a fun like raid for the stream and anyone in our community that just is not already on a raid team. Now, if you are on a raid team, this will not be, it would not be the raid for you, because if you show up to the raid and get yourself loot locked, you're gonna hurt your own raid team. So it will intentionally be for people who are not on a raid team. but I am very, very excited. I'll be taking on my prop paladin. I'll be shot calling and ray leading, all the good stuff, and it's gonna be a blast. So I'll let you guys know exactly when it's gonna start. It's probably gonna start the week after I get back from the Indiana meetup, because unfortunately they're coming out at the same time. But it's gonna be pumped, man. Just like a 2 to 3 hour raid once a week. Might not even be enough time to get a full clear. It's meant to be fun. I'm hoping to get people who have some raiding experience. Like, again, these are people who know how to raid, but just are not currently on a raid team. And I'm pumped, dude, because the new raid, it just looks too amazing. I can't not be in it, dude. I have to do it. I have to do it. Croc, that next thing I want to do is buy tertiary stats to put on gear with the coins from Vault when gear you need drops. Yeah, dude, that's the super min maxi. And it kind of sort of starts stepping into, do you remember, I think it was Cataclysm, where you could change some of your stats? I think that's Cataclysm, right? I feel like it is. No, don't show them before me, dude. Don't show them before me. No, sir. No, sir. Oh, yeah, dude. Mag is a gamer, dude. Mag is absolutely a gamer. He doesn't play a whole ton of WoW, but dude's a gamer and a half, bro. That's for sure, bro. That is for sure, dude. Just see the dude play Marvel Rivals. Gamer! You know what I keep trying to do on this monk is after I roll, I keep doing the double space to like leap forward, which is a talent in retail, but is totally not a thing in classic. I'm like, dude, why wouldn't I dash forward? I'm like, oh yeah, that's not in this game. That actually doesn't exist in this game. Am I 90% of the way done? And took 90% longer than most people? That's definitely a fact, dude. I am the slowest leveler of all time. And that is actually a fact. Dig this, bro. Is Windwalker in retail a builder spender class as well? That's legit. Okay, so I gotta take the injured guy back before I can deliver another one. Now, I guess the question is, where am I taking it back to? Probably over here, I would assume. I just walk in the vicinity. Yes, I do. Okay, cool. Cool beans. Yeah, my map wasn't showing me anything for some reason. But nice. Now I'm good. Now I'm good. Susie's about to get a gray in his leveling parse. Dude, my leveling parses are garbage, bro. I've always been terrible at leveling. Always, bro. Slow. I don't pay enough attention. I read chat. I just don't. Yeah. I am an end game WoW player for sure. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. That's why, like, you know, when all the classic WoW streamers were like getting popular, like, it's just not where I thrive. I just don't thrive at like knowing all these super fast, efficient ways to level, and I'm so talkative and so all over the place while I'm streaming that like the tiny little details of the screen in front of me, unless I already know them super well, which is why I thrive in Mythic Plus. Mythic Plus just becomes like muscle memory after a little while. And I don't know why it is, but like, I don't know. Combat in retail just clicks with my brain. Just clicks with my brain. Like it just does. and I can just do it while doing a million other things at the same time. What are these? Oh no, is that all I need? No, I gotta kill, I mean, unalive. I didn't say it. TikTok already punched me like 17 times today. Yeah, there's like no one even watching there. They haven't turned my stream off, but they've made it so that basically no one can find my stream today. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. No, well, Sly Guy, and you know, that's interesting to say that. Saying something just clicks after having done a thing for years is a silly way to say it. And because it's actually really not bad. And here's why. Excuse me. When I started streaming WoW like consistently about 2 years ago, started Unity Gaming, Mythic Plus was a new world to me. Even though I had been playing WoW since vanilla, after Cataclysm, I was mostly off. Like I didn't really play, and I hadn't really done Mythic Plus until Dragonflight when I really started consistently streaming and playing WoW. And so I had to learn all about what it was, and I hadn't really been raiding all that much. I'd raided a little bit in Shadowlands, and so like the idea of like routes and interrupts and stuns and all, like it was a new way to play the game for me, but it just clicked with me. So at the same time that I started hardcore streaming WoW was at the same time where I'm learning how to be a retail Mythic Plus player, and I just picked it up. It just clicked. So I had actually not been doing it for years. It just clicked with my brain. Stun these, bring them here, interrupt, cycle cooldowns, cycle interrupts, track the cooldown timer, track the interrupt tracker, like know when big damage is coming out, pop defensive, like, and I could just do all of that while reading chat, what felt like almost instantly. It was weird. It was, yeah, it was new territory for me that I just picked up very, very quick. But then like, you're like, hey, Susie, the box is right in front of you, dude. Just click it. And I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? It's weird. It's weird, man. I still can't fully like explain it. When I'm doing Mythic Plus, I'll be in these really deep conversations and answering all kinds of questions and barely looking at the screen and like looking right in the camera or at the chat. And there's like 47 things happening in the Mythic Plus dungeon. And I'm like calling out interrupts, popping cooldowns, moving like interrupt, stun, blind, all at the same time. Like no problem. And then I'm leveling in Classic and I spend 20 minutes killing the wrong mob. That's not even a quest item. Because I haven't seen that he's not actually the person I need to be destroying. You know what I mean? And I'm like, dude, make this make sense. Make this make sense, dude. You know what, coach? Maybe that's it, dude. That questing is just too slow for you. Your brain just runs too fast. So it has to shut off while questing. Maybe, bro. You know, like actually maybe. Because where my brain really thrives is when there's a million things happening at the same time. Like it thrives in that, like, how in the world can you do all these things at once? But then you give me like 2 things to do, I can't do it. It's weird. I know it's weird. It's weird. Dude, I might, bro. I might have ADHD. I very well could, bro. I very well could, man. But I just, yeah, I can't, bro. I can't do only a few things. I need my brain like operating a million miles a minute. But then I talk to people who have ADHD and they tell me about all like the downsides and the weaknesses of it, and like how they can't stay focused, they can't do, like they start a task and they can't finish it. I mean, everyone's different too, but like when I talk to people that have been diagnosed with ADHD and they tell me about all the downsides of it, I'm like, yeah, well, I don't really have those. And then they tell me like the superpower side of having ADHD, and I'm like, well, I have some of those. like I can super hyper like focus and super hyper like, you know what I mean? Like, so I don't know. I very much could. I've never been like tested for it or anything, and I've done some research online, but then when I talk to a lot of people that either have it or I do like the online test that talk about like all the negative sides of it, I'm like, yeah, but I don't have those. I definitely have like the squirrel type stuff. Really mostly only while I'm streaming though, because while I'm streaming, there is 8 million things. But if you catch me in a normal conversation or like in a staff meeting, like I'm pretty on task. Like, let's stay focused. I'm actually normally the one that's like, hey guys, let's reel it back in. Okay. We're beginning to go off conversation to be, you know, let's bring it back. So I don't know, maybe I do, but I definitely struggle without multiple things happening at once. I definitely struggle, and that is probably why I struggle to just level a class. I'm like, there's not enough happening at the same time. you know what I mean? Is ADHD like having the high ground? It's the advantage. It's the advantage. Big Beck, Susie is present and intentional. I try to be anyway, and obviously I have my weaknesses, but like I said, when I talk to people with ADHD and they tell me their struggles, I'm like, yeah, my brain doesn't work that way. But who knows? Maybe I do. Maybe I'll get tested one day. Yeah, dude, coach, turn on RuneScape at the same time. You'll be fine. You're currently under challenge, dude. Oh, that's so good. But I love the simplicity, the relaxation of not doing much. But I don't know. I think my brain goes the other extreme where I'm like, if there's not a million things happening at once, then it's just like, all right, I guess we can turn off now. You know? And then that's not good. Like, Beck, when you game while not streaming, how many other things do you have going on? Watching a show? Yeah, when I'm gaming off stream, I'm 99.9% of the time listening to a podcast. And here's where I feel like the superpower comes in, where I can be doing, like, for example, most of my vacation, when I wasn't either traveling on the trip with my wife, driving down the coast of Oregon, or we weren't spending some intentional time together. But when I was just like, hey, she's going to go do her thing, I'm going to go do my thing, I was in my room most of the time, like, learning how to play Holy Paladin while, like, listening to a really deep podcast at the same time. And like, doing the Paladin in like a 8, 9, or 10 dungeon. So I'm both at the same time playing a class I don't know how to play and doing a, you know, depending on who you ask, relatively difficult piece of content, while at the same time, like, actually able to consume the deep, thought-provoking information that I'm listening to, like, at the same time. That's where my brain thrives. Like, I actually, like, it's not just playing in the background. I am consuming this information and figuring out what my buttons do in this +10 at the same time. That's where I feel like my brain really thrives. But I don't want to just sit and listen to the podcast. And I don't really want to just sit and do keys. I want to do both at the same time. And then I'm like, oh, dude, I'm so relaxed right now. It's bizarre. I know. My wife, she's like, we're not the same. I don't understand you. And when my brain is operating at that level, I feel at home. That's why that's one of the many reasons I really love streaming, because my brain is operating at that level for like the whole time I'm streaming. Like, there's like in the background, I'm like, all right, let me look up how, okay, the music is still at that current level. My mic's not peaking. Cool. Okay. Like, oh, I just unalived, but because I was looking at the screen, but like this list, I look at this hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times a day. Who just joined the stream? The ones that pop up in yellow, those tell me you just joined the stream. Then it shows me everyone else, like, and I'm just processing this information. Okay, Totem came in. I haven't seen Totem in 2 days in stream. He's been a follower for this long. He's watched my stream for this long, and he's been here in this session. He's been watching for 10 minutes. So I'm just gathering that information about everybody all day long, all day long. So like, I'll give away one of my secrets when a name pops up that I haven't seen in a long time. Here's a secret. I don't normally give it away often. And I'm like, dude, I haven't seen you in so long. Sometimes, genuinely, I actually did know and remember. Sometimes. But sometimes I'm able to register Magnifigor, follow 2015, and I haven't seen him. I'm going to make this up, right? I haven't seen him since 2022. That was the last time he was here. I'm making that up, but that's what this information gives me. And so I'm able to process like, hey, dude, I see all these comments in the chat, but I also see one from a guy I haven't seen from 2022. I also want to be sure, like, I capitalize on the moment while I'm here, because if I don't, he's probably going to leave. And I might not see him for another 3 years again. Like, so I'm processing all that information in my brain. And I just love it. I love it. And then when I end my stream and I have to work on just one task, sometimes I get bored. I'm like, I need my brain to like operate at like 1,000,000 miles a minute. But then I struggle, I guess, to replicate that. I struggle to replicate that in other areas, because what I don't want to do is not pay enough attention that project doesn't get the focus it needs, right? So that I'm still kind of figuring out. But I love high speed. I love lots going on. My brain just thrives in those moments. What do I do now, dude? Wax and do we do meet and greets, homie? Are you anywhere near Indiana? We are doing a IRL meetup in Indiana in okay, not less than a month, but about a month from now, August 15th and 16th. And I'll tell you, bro, the venue we've got is absolutely bonkers, dude. Absolutely bonkers. It is so sweet. We got indoor pickleball, ping pong, pool tables, arcades, and TVs, which, by the way, we'll have to be showing the Racer World first on. Let's be real here. And it's going to be a great time to connect, bro. Come on now, dude. Yo, Striping, only time I'm in Indiana is if I made a mistake. Hi-oh! Oh, that's 10 out of 10. I love that. I love that. Wait, Waxon, you're in, dude, we're in Virginia. I used to live in, I used to live in a town called Midlothian, right outside of Richmond, for like 7 years. I'm not originally from Virginia, but I just lived there for 7 years. Are you, yeah, what part are you from? You don't have to give me like your exact town, but like, you know, general vicinity if you're comfortable. Or you could be like, hey, streamer, we just met. I'm not telling you anywhere. Oh, cool. Totally get it, dude. You're okay. Sweet deal. So you are about 2 to 3 hours from Richmond. Nice, dude. That's legit, bro. Dude, I really enjoyed my time in Virginia. I think Virginia is a solid state. I think Oregon is 100 million times better, in my opinion. But I have no complaints. Like, I didn't like living in North Carolina. That I did not like. But, dude, Virginia's solid, man. Solid. Cost of living, decent. You know, if you're willing to drive a couple hours, you got some what you call it? Some cool mountains. They're not very big, but like they're beautiful. The Blue Ridge Mountains are beautiful. Like, it's cool, man. Like, it's solid. No complaints. No complaints. So Flickering, we are on Alliance. So Influence is going to be leading the amazing community. Him and the officers, Hoagies and Ox, are his current officers. They are looking for a raid leader to start raiding at the launch of MoP Classic. If anyone's interested, hit them up. And you'll definitely be catching me in at least 1 or 2 of those raids. Come on now. Totem, I just want Susie to live near me in Influence. Yeah, feels bad, dude. Feels bad. All right, join the Alliance. Sick, bro. No, for right now, Hengar, unfortunately, yeah, there'll only be one on Horde. So when we launch stuff in our community at Unity Gaming, we try to do so pretty intentionally. Meaning, like, our like what we do around here is we try to do one thing well rather than doing like multiple things like mediocrely. And so when we consider doing one thing well, we consider launching something with like strong leader, someone that actually can oversee and like be committed, preferably in the long term, to sticking with that community. You know, we want to have people that can like oversee the raids, people that can oversee the events, a strong officer team, and all that takes time, energy, and resources, and you know, people's time. And so then it's just, if you want to run things at that level, it's not as simple as just, we'll do it in Horde, right? Because you got to recreate everything I just described, but in Horde. And so you need a second like committed community leader, a second set of officers, a second events team, a second raid, and it's just, so like maybe eventually totally open to that, but we would rather do one or two things well rather than multiple things like kind of poorly. So sure, could those officers also make Horde characters and yada yada yada, but their time is split, their focus is split, energy is split, and they just might not even want to, right? But maybe one day Dodgin, that's it, I'm unsubscribed. Dodgin, I appreciate you, brother. It was good while you're here, man. just be Horde forehead. And most of the reason they picked Alliance is honestly because years ago when Classic came out and I played with the stream, I was on Alliance, and people have just kind of kept those characters all this time. Wait, Cal, you telling me that I could have taken a cart instead of running all the way back? That's obnoxious. Feels bad, man. Coach, I won't lie, I'm considering not playing MoP just because no moo-moos, but I guess play Night Elf, man. Play Night Elf, dude. Hey now, come on. Hoagies, I picked Horde, I lost the vote, dude. Feels bad for Hoagies, man. Feels bad for Hoagies. Cal Alexander, yes, reading helps. I am reading. I'm reading your comment right now. I can only read so much. I'll read so much. Come on now. I'm excited. I happen to love Alliance, so it works for me. Works for me. Yo, can I get an invite to the guild, by the way? Can I get an invite? Now that I'm actually staying on this character, Bruzy. Even though I probably won't play Brewmaster very much. Wait. Oh, yo, let's go. But don't make me an officer. I have enough responsibility. I'm cool just being in the guild. Y'all do your thing. I trust you. Let's go. Dude, this looks different than retail. I don't remember them changing this. And I don't remember. Yeah, this looks totally different. So Waxing, yeah, we do it every week on Twitch. So I'll put the link right here. And so if you want to check out the entire service that has like, you know, the worship and everything included, you can check those out on the VODs on Twitch. Actually, you know what, dude? The VODs are also on YouTube. Let me just confirm with you on that one. But I believe the VODs might also stay up on YouTube. I believe they do. So this is our YouTube channel. Put the link in the chat right there for XP Church. And if you go to the live tab, yeah, you can actually watch the entire experience if you want to. If you just want to watch the sermon, those are all in the video tab. On this channel, you'll get both the weekly sermons and the weekly podcast. Level Up Podcast, helping gamers level up in their life, faith, and leadership. Yeah. I agree. I agree. It's something we could think through on, like, do we want to keep the VODs up? Yo, this is about to hit triple digits. You see that? That's crazy. Yeah, I'm cool to explore that. I don't really have much info on if it's beneficial or not, though. Yeah. Only thing I could see is, like, are the views getting split? And would rather point the views all to one video? But the one reason I do like having the VOD, but I guess it is on Twitch, so I might disagree on what to say, is for people, like, for example, let's say for whatever reason, you know, you're on vacation, had, you know, your work schedule changed, whatever it might be. And you're like, hey man, I missed church yesterday, but now the next day I'm going to go back and watch it, but I want to watch the whole thing. Like I want to spend time worshiping. I want to hear the announcements. What's going on in the life of my church. So like, that's important, right? That's important. I'm not saying people should intentionally skip the live so they can just watch it later, but sometimes like life happens, right? You're like, hey, I couldn't make it yesterday. And instead of just like, nah, I got nothing, I can watch the VOD, but you can watch the VOD on Twitch. So yeah, I'm down to explore that. I'm down. Like I said, I don't really have any data or info on if one's really good or not. Oh snap! And a clip just came out earlier. If you guys want to go like and support that, easiest way to support the social media is honestly just to engage with it. Let the video play. Oh, this is from the podcast. But there are a number of things I need to make clear to you. Oh snap! There's wow noises happening in the background. Wait, it's on mute. Nothing wrong with that first. Prayer is a muscle. Oh, it's a muscle to be developed. And there's nothing wrong with that first. When you start working out, you can only pick up 5 pounds. But through repetition, by picking it up over and over and over and over again, eventually picking up 5 pounds turns into 7.5 or 10 pounds. And before you know it, you're lifting heavier weights than you ever thought, but you didn't start that way. But feeling like your prayers aren't good enough because someone else prays longer is like going into a gym, not being in shape, and then seeing someone who's super fit and then going, oh, well, I'm not as fit as that guy, so I might as well not even try. I might as well leave the gym altogether. No. The point of going to the gym is so that you can grow and develop your muscles. I shouldn't avoid prayer because I don't feel like I do it right. I actually need prayer so that I can actually grow and be developed in my relationship with God. God does not currently love the future, more improved, more well put together, more spiritually disciplined version of you. He loves the you today. And I want you to hear that. God loves the you of today. Prayer's a muscle. Yo, amen. It's a muscle. Yo, that's what I'm gonna do. I want to encourage y'all to do it if you don't mind. I'm gonna just literally put some emotes in the comments, bro.
Do you ever get a little bit?
What the heck? Prayer's a muscle. What the heck? Let me put an emote. YouTube, why are you freaking out on me? Why are you freaking out on me, YouTube?
We are nearly finished.
Why must you? Why must you do the things? Be weird. I'm gonna open up on my phone and do it because this thing is being mashed potatoes, bro. Yo, if y'all want to help support that clip, if y'all believe in that message and you want to help more people be blessed by it, the easiest way to do that is literally to just go engage with it. Like it, leave a comment, let the video play all the way through. I'm just gonna literally like it and put some prayer hands. Super low effort, dude. I just literally put some prayer hand emotes. But what that does is it helps YouTube push the video out to literally more people. It helps a ton. Helps a ton. Yo, Flickering Wrist, God bless you. Legend. Phoenix, okay, you were thinking the podcast, yeah. The podcast where I'm still in experiment mode of how I'm going to handle the live stream of it. If I'm even going to live stream it at all. And if so, what channel am I going to live stream it on? Am I going to do it both on mine and the church? Only the church? Not live stream it at all? It's still definitely going up on YouTube. That's for sure. That's for sure. Oh, I'm not done yet. But that we're still kind of in experience mode. But just to give you guys an update tomorrow, I'm doing an all-day birthday stream tomorrow because tomorrow's my birthday. So I won't be recording the podcast tomorrow. I'll actually be recording it today off stream. It'll still get uploaded on Thursday, same schedule, but I won't be doing it live today live tomorrow, because I will be doing my birthday stream all day. So the content will still be out. It just won't be on the live stream. I am at the garden. I am hither. Do your RP, bro. I'm almost done. Then I'm going to get my mount in retail, and then we're going to boost this guy. Do I got to fight you? Oh, snap. Do I got to fight you, bro? Spar with Varian. I'm trying. Can I get behind you? I thought you couldn't dodge from behind. They must have changed that. I can't hit you, bro. You're max level. Don't you know hit chance works? Oh, I got him. Bro, get wrecked, dude. Yo, she's in shock. I just rizzed her up, dude. For real. I can't believe it. My goodness gracious, dude.
I haven't felt like this in years.
They call me Reverend Riz, brother. Oh my God. I'm done. We're moving on. I gotta go back over here now. I keep doing the double tap space bar. Susie, no, dude.
My open hand will reward my friends.
Oh, Keg W, dude. Keg W, bro. The reveries, dude. Okay, did I finish the starter zone now? I feel like I might have. I don't actually know. Do I have to log into do I have to log into retail? Bro, you need to eat. Oh, Panda. And what class are you? Doesn't say. Oh, okay, you're a monk. 666. Let's go, dude. Oh, so Ox, so did I finish? Now I go to retail, Alt F4. Let's check it out, dude. Oh, Ox, that was you. Okay, yeah, I gotta learn everyone's classic names. My man is Poe Panda, dude. Let's go check it out. And then we're gonna boost, dude. I think I'm gonna boost my monk and disc priest. Bump. Ba-da-da-da. Log on the Paladin. And let's see this mount. The whole reason we were leveling that Panda is to unlock this mount. Now we're just going to boost it. That actually may be, outside of farming raids, that may be the most amount of effort I've ever put into farming a mount. Like doing actual in-game, like, activities, like questing and stuff. That may be the most amount of effort I've ever done. Ever. Let's see this bad boy. Did I get it? Oh, we got it, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness. This is the mount that you get for simply completing the starter zone in Mr. Pandaria Classic, but you only have until I believe the end of July to do so, or maybe even the pre-patch. It only takes, depending on how fast you level, I'm not the fastest, maybe an hour, 2 hours, a little more. But this is the mount you get. All you have to do is complete it. Just complete it, choose your faction, finish that quest line. Didn't take very long, and you get this epic mount in retail, which is super sweet. And it was absolutely worth it. It was absolutely worth the effort. This is legit. So it's just a pre-patch, okay. This thing is sweet. And it's crazy because it looks like this other there's another version. This is actually a super rare mount. I like this one better, but the other one is obviously super similar, but just in a different color. I dig it. And then there's this one. This one you get for buying like the deluxe MoP version thing. And there's also a walking mount version as well. This is a sick mount, dude. This is actually a sick mount, dude. It's not a flying mount, but it's a dope mount, dude. It's a dope mount. Let's get back in class just for a few minutes while the stream winds down. Let's do a little boost action, shall we? Come on now. Wax, and you had to kill 439 times to get ashes to drop, bro. Let me show you a few of my most iconic mounts, dude. There is the invincible clip. Sorry, ashes. Here is invincible. Here is Jaina. And there is, oh, sorry, wrong one. I still don't have midnight. Those clips are some of my favorites, dude. Those are absolutely some of my favorites. All right, we're gonna boost this character. Boost him, and we're boosting him. He's gonna go from 12 to 85. Am I sure I want to do this? Bruzy, Pagel, Monk. Bro, I'm in. Let's do it. And then I have a Disc Priest. Bro, you got Invincible last night. Grats, dude. Yeah, baby. And then I have one more boost. And I'm either going to use it on a Disc Priest or a Rogue for PvP. I don't know yet. I'm obviously just going to finish leveling my Paladin. He's like 2 bars away from 84 and then just one more level. So I'm gonna hold off on that one, but there actually is a real chance I may play this Monk instead of my Paladin as like the first one I level up. I might actually do it, man. I might actually do it, because I have heard such good things about playing Monk in Mists of Pandaria, and I'm really interested. Actually really interested. So this is Mistweaver, and I wonder how similar it is to retail currently. So let me go to action bars, turn on a bunch. Oh, and there's stances. And then of course there's the whole new talent system, which I'd have to learn and figure out what these are. And the level of 90. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. This is gonna be fun, bro. And it's so cool because it's such a different version of the game, you know what I mean? And I really love that, bro. Whoa, when you change stances, it changes your bar? What the heck, dude? What the heck, bro? That's the taunt. Dude, I'm gonna put some thought to this, but I might, dude. I might straight up play the Monk, bro. Oh, St. Bear, I boosted. Yeah, I boosted. I had a boost on my account that I had gotten sooner. Dude, there's a whole lot of buttons here, dude. My goodness. What the heck? How many buttons do they have, dude? Bro, this is actually kind of crazy. They have 8 million buttons. I can't even fit them all. Whoa. Oh, that makes sense. Some work in one stance, but not on the other. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so I can fit them all on my bars. Yo, that's nuts, dude. Yeah, because I might actually, I might play healer. I'm not sure, dude. I gotta figure it out. But I might level this. I might level this. No, I think we're actually good with the amount of buttons they have. I was thinking it was going to keep going. I thought there was a whole nother page. Dude, who remembers this, dude? The Armani Warbear? Yeah, baby. And actually, I have a super rare mount in Classic. The Great Brewfest Kodo. This is a super rare mount. This is the only rare mount I have in Classic. Check that out, dude. Oh, you have it too? Bro, that's legit. That's super legit. And then, can I fly already? Oh, I can. Nice, dude. Now, there's no transmog in this, right? Sam Bear, is this Classic? It looks like retail. So, basically, Mists of Pandaria is gonna feel like a middle ground. It's not gonna fully feel like Classic, but it's not going to fully feel like retail. It's just kind of in the middle. It's just kind of in the middle. And honestly, I really love that. Sometimes retail is a little too fast-paced, a little too complex, and then sometimes classic is a little too slow. And this is kind of right in the middle, which I actually personally like really enjoy. I think it's really nice. Oh, yeah, dude, give me all my loot, bro. Give me all my loot ski. That's the early loot I had. I gotta transfer my gold for my paladin. Survival bag. What do we got here? What do we got here? Oh, snapola, dude. Oh, probably for the other specs as well. That's pretty legit. And it gave me bag space and everything. This is sweet, dude. Learning that mount. Oh, this is cool, dude. Oh, yeah. The panda mount. I forget. Pandas get like a turtle thing. Look at it, dude. It's a good old turtle. Turtle. Sam Bear, so it's like a snapshot in time from when the expansion came out. Yeah, basically what they did for old school RuneScape, WoW has done for classic WoW, and we're getting to relive the expansions almost exactly the way they were when they came out. There's some changes, but for the most part, they're pretty on point with the way they were when they came out, which is pretty cool. Strife and Mist improved upon things that kind of changed. Still a little clunky, but Mist feels smoother. I didn't really play much Mist. I came back I was there the moment the servers opened, got to max level, and then pretty much quit. So most of the expansion I didn't play. So I'm actually excited to go back because this is the first classic to re-come out that I am actually experiencing for the first time rather than like reliving nostalgia. This is like actually new content for me. So I'm pretty pumped, man. Like I remember when Monk Pandas came out, but I didn't play Monk. First time I ever played Monk was in Dragonflight. Well, that's not true. I played a little bit when it came out and leveled a few levels and didn't really get anywhere. But like actually played the class, Dragonflight. Just cool, man. Sampier, will Classic eventually be re-releasing content that retail is releasing now? That's still to be determined. Depends what they decide. Right now, what they're working on, St. Beer, is basically old school RuneScape going in a completely different direction than RuneScape 3. That's what they're working on right now. And St. Bear, did you hear about RuneScape 3 taking a hard stance against microtransactions and changing the game? Have you been following? It's pretty wild, bro. I'm pretty pumped. I think actually it's gonna be pretty sweet, bro. Let me log on my palette real quick, see how close I am to 85, and then we're done. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, bro. Same pair. I think it's gonna be really good for the game, man. Doughboy, I got you with the hydrate. I see you. Appreciate you. Legend. Oh, baby. So I am, yeah, dude, I'm literally, my camera might actually cover it, but I am like a little under 3 bars away from 84 and then 85. So I'll level this character just for the principle of it. But I may actually level the monk first instead of this paladin, dude, which is pretty crazy. I didn't think I would do that, but I'm really excited to actually try a new class and experience like new Mesa Pandaria content. Now, I think I accidentally changed my map keybind. Is it this? Oh, yeah, okay. I accidentally changed it last night. This is legit, dude. Oh, come on. Just Rob Dog. Welcome, my friend. Rob Dog, sincerely hope you know that you're loved and valued. You are an S-tier human being, my friend. God bless you. My name is Pastor Susie. Pleasure to meet you. You're catching us right at the end of the stream, but if you're interested, what I'm about to do actually is, I know it might sound different, it might sound strange, but I'm actually about to pray for the community and would love for you to stick around if that's something you're interested in being a part of. If not, respect your decision. But if you are looking for a positive gaming community to just play some WoW with, we just launched in WoW Classic. We have a strong retail community, and whether you believe in God or not, you are more than welcome to be a part of it. And we would absolutely love to have you popping in. I mean that. Let's go, friend. Just do you play WoW? Let us know, friend. Why am I stuck? I'm stuck. Yo, by the way, real quick before I do end, one last reminder. If you guys don't know, today is Prime Day. And if you guys don't know, as of yesterday, I was accepted into what's called the Amazon Influencer Program. So now I just put a link in chat. If you guys set that link to your favorites, anytime you shop on Amazon, a percentage of your purchase will support the stream at no extra cost to you. It just literally is as simple. Click that link, shop as you normally would, and then I get supported because of it. So if you guys are looking for literally a free way to support anytime you shop on Amazon, as long as you started with that link, it'll support the stream. And the way you'll know that you're supporting me is if you actually go to the page and you look at the URL. If it says Pastor Susie in it, you're supporting me. So you don't have to buy the things on this page. This is just my recommended gaming gear, recommended streaming gear. You can pick up some of those if you want, but you could be buying diapers for your baby. And if you use my link, it supports the channel. I'd appreciate it a lot. Bro, just Rob Dog, you've been playing since vanilla. What do you play, friend? Let's go, man. Yo, look at Ox chilling. Look at this legend, bro. Look at this absolute legend, man. Bro, I'm so pumped you guys launched Unity and Classic, bro. I have wanted Unity and Classic since I started Unity. But I knew I couldn't do it. I was like, one day, bro, it's an answer to my prayers, man. Influence, I freaking love you and Ox and Hoagies and the future team. Cause like, oh man, it's just exactly what I wanted, bro. It is exactly what I wanted. Oh, Cal, you're in here? Well, let me invite you. I'll invite Ox. Like, Cal, what's your name? Just Rob Dog, primary healer main. Currently Mistweaver in retail. Just caught the last few CEs. Let's go. Debating on Disc or Mistweaver in MoP. Well, monks are strong in MoP. Monks are definitely strong in MoP. And are you going to be playing Classic instead of retail? So I'll tell you, friend, the next raid is looking clean. Yo, look at the homies, dude. Hoagies is here. Calexandra's here. Level 5. Wait, Cal, are you leveling for the mount? Or are you actually thinking about playing MoP? Because I know you're kind of like a been there, done that kind of Classic person, which I respect. So am I getting my hopes up here, or is this just for the mount? I don't know. That'd be kind of crazy. Just Rob, mopping my side gig. I respect that. Yeah, me too. I'll still be a retail main, but mopping my side gig for sure. For sure. Wait, Ox, you may. Oh. She said, I already have the mount, but Mr. Pandario is my favorite expansion. Are you telling me that we may get to play Mr. Pandario with the Calexandra? The one, the only Calexandra? Oh, yo, this might be different, though. That is beautiful. Well, I'll tell you, just Rob Dog, if you're looking for a positive place to hang out and play some games, and Hoagie said, hey, we're here for the side gig players. You're more than welcome to join. I'll put a Discord link in the chat right there. And again, anyone that is already in the Unity Gaming Discord and you guys are looking to connect with the Classic community, again, this is more than just an in-game guild. Like, this is a full-blown Unity expansion into WoW Classic MoP. And all you got to do is at the very, very top of Discord, okay, go to the channel and roles and select World of Warcraft Classic. There is now a full-blown WoW Classic category in the Discord with its own info, announcements, a way to join the guild, and then, of course, all of the individual WoW MoP chats. So, again, this is not just like, hey, a cool guild. This is like full-blown, like Unity is now supporting WoW Classic MoP, which is super awesome. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Sam Bear, have you seen the skit about when MMOs feel like a full-time job? I feel that so much. A big part of why Unity is needed. Oh yeah, bro. And like one of the things that like I really want to do in the future is I want to be able to connect with other content creators and streamers. And like I totally get that every streamer wants to build their own thing. Totally get that. And I have no intentions of trying to take things from other people. But the amount of work that it takes to really lead from the leadership side of an MMO community, if you are trying to juggle that and be a content creator, I know through personal experience how much work it is. And if I didn't feel called specifically to do it, I would just focus on one or the other, right? Only be the content creator or only be like the behind the scenes leadership side of things. And so there's all these amazing WoW content creators and just other content creators in general who have these communities who want to experience what we're creating in Unity, events, community, the fun, like really well thought out structure. But it's a lot. So oftentimes like their content creator can't do both of those things. It's just too much. And so I'm like, what if we could come in and provide structure on the leadership events side of things? You just keep on creating content and getting more people in, but then you can benefit from the structure you've created. And instead of like us doing our own thing, you doing your own thing over here, you doing your own thing over here, like we could just kind of all do it together in Unity. But it, as a content creator, I totally get like, but I'm trying to promote like my own thing. And I obviously do get it's easier for me to say just be in Unity because like it's my thing, right? So like I totally get that. But I get the struggle of like, man, there's a lot of effort and work that goes in that like other people don't have to try and recreate. They can just jump on it and their community gets to benefit, even if they have their own community and their own thing. But because again, not everyone in Unity is like in our guild. We have people from other communities, but they just love to come in and just be a part of what we're building. And I'm like, y'all could come in and like come to the events, and now your people have something to do. They have events that they can attend that you don't have the time to put on for them. Just come be a part of what we're doing. Come be a part of what we're doing. But I also get that like, if it wasn't the thing that I've built with an amazing team, would I be more hesitant to join? Would I want it to be mine? Like I get it, but the longer I do this, the more I realize like we just get further together. Everything that I do is so reliant on a lot of really awesome, amazing people that like would never, I mean, even right now, we're talking about going into Unity Classic, right? Like Unity Classic would not exist without right now an amazing team, Influence, Hoagies, Ox. There'll be more in the future. That like never would have happened. Like if Luna and our council didn't help me build the structure of like what, like we have documents upon documents upon documents of like systems and structure and expectations of like how everything works so that we can copy and paste what we've built. And like, I didn't build all that. I built some of it. I have, but it's a whole team. So like the power of people together is powerful, man. It's super powerful. St. Pierre, the entrepreneurial spirit can be a huge gift when driven by courage, or can create huge oases simply driven by pride, ego. Yeah. And there's some times where things need to be separate for whatever reasons, but like sometimes we can just work together. You know what I mean? Support each other kind of thing. Especially when you get like a bunch of people in the same space, pretty much just doing the exact same thing. Yeah, what are you gonna do? Oh, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Conversation for another day. For now, we've come to pray. Let's go, man. Hoagies, we're gonna be doing events that level 1s can do with decent gold prizes. that will help new players on the server. Help new players or new to the server players alike. Come on now. Let's go, dude. Y'all are insane. And shout out to Hoagie's Ox and Cal for joining me in game. At the end of all my streams, friend, we take a moment and we just pray for the community. And I say it every day, I'll say it again. I know that not everyone that watches my stream believes in God the way that I do. Please know I respect your decision. I follow Jesus because I made a decision to do so. And it's got to apply for you as well. And even if you decide to never follow Jesus, please know you're welcome in my stream. Love to hang out, jump in Discord, play some games, connect. Every day, I love to just let people know, no matter who you are, no matter what you've done, no matter what life has thrown your way, God cherishes you more than you could ever imagine. I believe that from the depths of my soul, that you, right here, across all of our platforms, like Mystic Nick A, I see you now watching on YouTube. God sees you, loves you. Hoagies, Dodgin, Doughboy, Phoenix, Asmo, like brand new followers, Rob Dog, Waxen, God sees you, loves you. Slightly, God sees you, loves you. And right now I know that, man, there's a lot of people, you're just going through some stuff. And I'll tell you, man, when I made a decision to follow Jesus, it wasn't a decision to be perfect. It wasn't a decision to have my life all together. It was really just a decision to acknowledge, like, I need help. And I believe that God is the one who can help me. Like, he is the one who can help me. There is a weight of life that I'm just, as much as I would love to believe I'm strong enough to carry, me deciding to be a follower of Jesus is just me acknowledging that I'm actually not strong enough to carry all this weight by myself, but he is. Me deciding to become a follower of Jesus is acknowledging that I'm imperfect and that I've sinned and I've fallen short, and I'm not actually able to undo my past. I'm not actually able to forgive my own sin, but Jesus actually is, when he died on the cross and rose from the grave 3 days later, that I'm actually not smart enough or wise enough to lead and guide and direct my life always in the right direction. But I'm acknowledging that, like, but God actually is. And so really, like, following Jesus is less about getting it all right and having all the answers, but it's actually really more about understanding that I actually don't get it all right, and I don't have all the answers, which is why I need God. But it starts with, do you believe that God actually does have those answers? Do you believe that God actually can forgive sin? Do you believe that God actually does love you? And I just want to encourage you, if you're here and that's the part that you're stuck on, like maybe you're here and you're like, yeah, I do actually acknowledge I don't have all the answers, and I do actually acknowledge that life is just too heavy for me to carry, but I don't know if I acknowledge that, like, God actually could be the answer. I think it's a great question for you to wrestle with. Like, I believe he absolutely is, but I believe it's important for everyone, like, you have to come to that conclusion that Jesus is that answer. And I just want you to know that, like, the church that I lead, XP Church, like, we're a place for you to explore. It's a place for you to be able to come and actually be like, hey, I actually currently don't believe in God, but I'm open to exploring. Like, I've got some questions. Is there some people that have some answers? And I want to put our church info in the Discord, in the chat right there, but I also want to put this link in the chat where, just really practically speaking, like, you have an actual question. And you're like, but I don't know where to get an answer. If you click that link, you can send in any question about God or the Bible that you want, and we're going to do our best to help. Maybe you're here and you're like, man, I really do feel like life is heavy, but I see a lot of evil in the world, and I struggle to believe that God could be good if the world has so much evil. I think it's a fantastic question. And I think every Christian needs to wrestle with that and come to a conclusion about who God is. And so I actually don't want you to shy away from the questions. I want you to ask them. I want you to actually wrestle and think this thing through. I think actually there's some Christians in the world who they say, like, I'm a Christian, but I don't actually even understand why. Like, you have to wrestle with it. You gotta ask the questions. You gotta be on the journey, and don't think that that's wrong. It's okay for you to ask the questions. It's okay for you to be a human and have some doubts and be like, man, I want to work this thing through. But if you have an open heart and an open mind and an open ear to say, I don't know what I believe yet, but I'm open to explore. And we would just consider it a privilege to walk along that journey with you. And if you're here and you want to be able to connect with our church, whether you want to ask a question or whether you want to full blown just get connected and get plugged in, you can actually click that link I just put in the chat, that connect link. And if you're comfortable, you can fill that out. One of our pastors will reach out to you. We're not here to spam you. We're not going to send you stuff. We just want to connect and be like, hey man, like, how can we serve you? How can we pray for you? How can we answer questions? Maybe you're joining our Discord and you're like, this place is kind of big, like don't know where to start. We would love to just serve you and help you in that way. Because I can tell you this, that I went on my own journey of asking those questions. I went on my own journey of like studying other religions. I went on my own journey of feeling the emptiness and the void in my own heart and searching in other places of the world and other areas of life to try to fill it. And I came to my own conclusion. Nothing in this world, no other habits, no other desires, no other pleasures, nothing can satisfy the deep longings of the human soul like Jesus. There is none like him, that he and he alone is God, that he is the only way to heaven, that no one will ever love you the way that he does, that no one can ever do for you what Jesus can do for you. But I went on that journey. I came to that conclusion. And I think every human being needs to wrestle with what I believe is the most important question any human can ever ask. Who is Jesus? Who is Jesus? And wherever you might fall on that, just know we have a church that wants to help you navigate that journey. Navigate that journey. If you're here, you don't believe in God, you're like, hey, Susie, agree to disagree, totally respect you. Come back tomorrow. Tomorrow's my birthday. Let's play some Wild and hang out. Favorite to answer your question, what are we doing? Tomorrow we're playing Wild hanging out. Come on now. And I'm getting Chick-fil-A for dinner. Let's go. Praise God. That's my birthday gift to myself. I'm going to get Chick-fil-A. I'm a simple man. Just give me some Lord's chicken. You know what I mean? And we'd love to journey with you. I mean that. But all I can tell you is from personal experience, when I made a decision to follow Jesus, it so drastically and radically changed my life forever. It wasn't even necessarily an overnight thing. But I'll tell you the most important thing I've ever done is make a decision that, you know what, I'm just going to turn from my sin. I don't have all the answers. I'm not perfect. I'm still a work in progress. But the rest, the joy, the peace, the forgiveness, the relationship with God, that comes only through knowing Jesus. My wife and I were reading in a book last night before we went to bed. The Bible says in the book of Matthew, like anyone who is tired, who is weary, who is burdened, come to me and I will give you rest. I will give you rest. And you may be here today and you just feel like you're exhausted from the inside out. And no matter how many vacations you take, no matter how many naps you take, no matter how many days, like even on the days where you feel like you slept in, which for a lot of people is probably super rare, even on your days off, you're utterly exhausted, like from the inside out. Because it's not just your body that's tired, it's your soul. I really believe that, like, your soul is longing to be fulfilled. And nothing in this world will fulfill it except its creator. I really believe that. Your soul is crying out to be connecting with its creator. And only Jesus will fill that void. Believe me, I love video games. I really do. But no amount of video games, no amount of in-game achievement, no amount of grinding video games will do for your soul what you think it will. It's incapable. Nothing in this world is capable of fulfilling your soul, but Jesus can. And so today, maybe some of you are here and you're listening right now and you're like, man, I'm not really sure where I land, but I'm not really sure. But today, I think I want to make a decision to follow Jesus. I want to make a wholehearted decision. And I do acknowledge it, like, man, like all of us have sinned, have done wrong. I acknowledge that, like, you know what? I've never really put too much thought about, like, eternal life, but eternity is too long for me to leave up to a gamble. Like Jesus, the Bible says that God desires that none will perish. Jesus wants you to spend eternity in heaven with him. So he died on the cross and rose from the grave 3 days later. Why? So that he would pay the penalty for the sin that I've done. Like, we did the wrong, he paid the price for it. He took the consequences in our place so that now we can receive the reward. Like, you and I can receive the reward. It doesn't have to be earned. It's not about, you know, making sure your past doesn't exist or you didn't do any mistakes. Like, it's about just simply saying today. It's not about what you've done. It's always about what you're going to do next. And today, Jesus is just inviting you. Metaphorically, just take his hand, come with Jesus, and you can be forgiven. You can have a second chance. You can experience relationship with God today, and you can receive the reward of not just eternity in heaven. Because, I mean, I'll be 34 tomorrow. Like, a lot of us, like, we're young. We're young. And, you know, unless I get hit by a truck tomorrow, like, I'm probably going to live a lot longer. So even the idea of eternity is pretty far away from me. But I don't know about you. I need some help right now. Like, I need help right now. God's able to do that. He's able to be with you if you want to make a decision to follow Jesus. And again, if you're exploring, our church would love to help you with that and just be a blessing to you. And right now, I'd love to pray for you. God, thank you. Thank you for, God, just so many incredible people that I believe you created and that I believe that you love. God, I thank you for those joining me in game, like Hoagies and Ox and Calexandra. Thank you, God, for those that are watching on all the platforms, like Desert Dwarf, McBeck, and Ox, and Hoagies. And God, I thank you for Slightly Casual, and Mystic Nick A, and Dodgin, and Doughboy, and Asmo, Saint Bear. And God, I just ask you in the mighty name of Jesus, the mighty name of Jesus. God, comfort us. Help us. God, this isn't one man who has it figured out praying for a bunch of people who don't. It's just all of us coming to you. And for those that want to pray, just acknowledging we got a new follow. We need help. God, I thank you for Estes. God, wherever they might be watching in the world, whatever their current life might look like, I pray in the name of Jesus, may they experience the love of God right with them right now. God, people need more than just a dude on the internet talking. They need to have a real encounter with a real living God so that they, through the power of the Holy Spirit, may come to the conclusion that Jesus Christ is the Lord. That there is none like him, none greater than him, none equal to him. He is one and only. Everything else falls short in comparison to Christ, who is King. And I pray that, God, that you would walk with them through that journey. Draw their hearts to experience that if they want to open their hearts to that truth, that they might discover who you are. King of Kings, Lord of Lords. And I pray for those who are just carrying a weight, just so heavy. Remind them, God, they can come to you to offload that weight. You want to carry them. Come to me, all who are weary, and I will give you rest, Jesus said. And so today, God, may we just be people who just acknowledge we are weary, tired, can't do it on our own, deeply in need of a good God. And so, God, I pray today for everyone listening. Would you bless them? Would be with them, we ask, Lord, in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen, homies. Amen, amen, amen. Y'all are legends, bro. Estes, pleasure to have you popping in the stream, my friend. Brand new follow. Welcome. Estes, hope you know you're loved and valued. I mean that. It is an honor and a privilege to have you jumping in the good old scrummage. By the way, special shout out to those that joined me in game. Ogies, Ox, and the soon-to-be MoP playing Calexandra. What an absolute legend. Y'all are different.
Thanks for the sub.
Waxen with the tier 1. What an absolute legend. Now, Waxen, I got to tell you something very, very important, okay? For everyone that subscribes to the channel, first of all, this is Esteban. Esteban is our head penguin butler. Now, here's the deal. Now that you subscribed, a few things are going to happen, okay? First of all, Esteban is going to protect you from ever watching an ad on Twitch ever again. But another thing, Esteban is going to meet you down in the lobby, and he's going to bring you what's called the butler bell, okay? The butler bell you ring anytime you need anything, and the butlers come and waddle in. Now, here's the deal. Come with me. You see me in the lobby of the good old Penguin Palace, okay, right in the middle. This is where you're now going to get to exclusively live. Every subscriber of this channel gets unlimited access to live in the Penguin Palace. Now, meet Esteban in the lobby. He's going to give you the bell. He's going to grab your bags. He's going to bring you up to your room. Come on, check it out, baby. Your own exclusive room in the Penguin Palace. High-end gaming PC. Your own luxury gaming chair brought to you by TechniSport. Unlimited amounts of advanced GG to keep you fueled and focused. Good old energy brought to you, advanced GG. Your own king size bed, your own hot tub, and like I said, anything that you need. Anything that you don't like the posters, get them changed. Anything you want. The Penguin Butlers will grab a ladder. They'll change those out for you. And like I said, anything you need, you let them know they got your back. Appreciate you. Come on, somebody. I gotta put more wild posters on that room. For real, for real. That's what I like to hear. Waxen, let me tell you. Basically, the Penguin Palace is basically Burger King. You have it your way. It's sincere. Thank you for supporting me, my stream, my mission, my community. You're a legend. Appreciate you. Let's go. Alrighty, friends. I am out for the day. Now, here is the dealio, okay? Here's the dealio. A few things to remind you of. Unity is now in World of Warcraft Classic. Influence is leading the charge with the legends themselves, Ox and Hoagies. They're actually both literally on screen right now. If you guys want to play WoW, this is Veneer Classic. Do a few things. One, log into Pagel on Alliance, make a character, but also make sure you select the role in Discord. This is not just an in-game guild. It is a full-blown Unity expansion into WoW Classic. So there is now a new category in the Discord. So if you want to see the info, see the guild chat, then all you got to do is go to the very top of Discord to the channels and roles right up here and just turn on WoW Classic. Now, if you don't want to play, you don't have to turn it on. Totally cool. You won't see the announcements. You won't see the pings, like nothing like that. But if you are like, hey, man, I want to join the guild, I want to play, then that is a great thing that you're going to want to do. Also, want to remind you, normally on Wednesdays, I don't stream, okay? Wednesdays is like my one day, just off stream, church day. I have lots of meetings, all that kind of stuff. But tomorrow we'd change it up because tomorrow's my birthday, chat. I turned 34 years old tomorrow. So I will be live around-ish 4 p.m. Eastern. I still got some morning meetings, weekly staff meetings, some stuff I got to do. But then after that, okay, I'll be live, like I said, around 4. I just got to make sure I finish up my day, and then I'm streaming. For those on the East Coast, I'll be streaming, like, I'll do a night stream from like 4 to like 10 or 11-ish. So I'll be live, like I said, around that time. Going to make sure my day is finished up, and then I'll go live for the rest of the day. And so if y'all want to come hang out on the birthday tomorrow, you're more than welcome. Would love to have you. It's going to be amazing. Also, if you don't know, we just started and kicked off a brand new series at XP Church called The Life and Lore of Jesus. For the next quite a while, we are going to be going through the entire book of Matthew for verse by verse, word by word, like the entire thing. So if you are looking like to go deep in your faith, or to start learning the Bible for the first time, this series really is intended to go deep. And so I'm gonna put that link in the chat. It's actually pretty crazy because it's already on track to be one of our most viewed sermons of all time, which is wild. And it just was released like 2 days ago. So I'm still like, I think the Lord's cooking, dude. Like, I literally think the Lord is cooking, which is pretty crazy, man. So if you guys want to check it out, the entire book we'll be going through will be broken into mini-series. And the first mini-series is called God's Character Creation, where we literally start talking about the backstory and the lore of the book of Matthew and the life of Jesus. And if you guys want to check it out, there's a link right there. Of course, you got the good old podcasts. I will not be streaming the podcast tomorrow. It will still release on Thursday as normal, but I'm changing up my schedule this week so that I can do the birthday stream. You guys are amazing. I love your face. Thank you to all of you guys that are contributing to the sub goal. So Waxen, you just added one more. Help our monthly sub goal to help me keep on doing this. You guys are amazing. If you guys want to check out the monthly rewards to see what happens at every milestone that we hit, click that link, check it out. And of course, one last thing, just gotta say thank you. Thank you to all that are supporting, whether you're on Patreon, subscribing on Twitch, multiple platforms, or gifting subs, donos. All of you guys make it possible for me to continue to share God's love with gamers and to bring an end to toxicity and loneliness. And I gotta say thank you. Literally, like, this is impossible without you. Like, it's just that simple. And so sincerely, I do not take your support for granted, and I cherish it. And I am thankful. I don't know what my wife has planned for my birthday. The only thing I asked is, like, I just want Chick-fil-A. On my birthday, I just want Chick-fil-A. That's it. That's all I want. I just want Chick-fil-A. Everything else, I don't know what she's doing. She did buy me some cookies, though, and they're freaking good. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that. Guys, I love you. I'll be live tomorrow around 4-ish, maybe 5. We'll see. Around that time. Until then, it's been your boy Susie. I love your face. Be kind to one another. We'll see you tomorrow. Peace. Coming to my birthday or you don't love me. Guilt trip.